DZ64 Romeo Echo, good afternoon. Clear to Innsbruck by the Samba 1 Romeo departure, runway 23 right, squawk 2225. DZ64 Romeo Echo, everything's correct now.
Cool, hello everybody, and welcome for the VATSIM Fly to Santa event. Just popping in the flight plan that we've generated from Navigraph actually today, first time using it. So we're halfway through, we're at this Tango 400 point UNKAS, and we'll go ahead and carry on putting in the route. It's about 3 hours flight time today, but it will probably be longer with holds being very busy. Where we Tango 64 to ELBOG. There's already been a few call up on the ground to try and get in before the event starts, so it'll be busy by the time we arrive anyway. MISMO, and then direct to NEMGU. So this is towards the end now, so let's insert that. It's quite a long route, managing a lot of airways. So 5 Pole 5 Romeo departure first. And then MISMO direct to NEMGU. And then from NEMGU we wanted that NEMGU to Charlie arrival. ILS 21 Zulu I think is what we had planned. NEMGU to Charlie. That's a very good question. What are we going in via VECIP? According to Navigraph, let's see. Open the charts for EFRO, and we want approach charts. Runway 21 ILS Zulu. 117 decimal. 111 decimal 7.
DZ1875 over to Manchester radar 118575. Have a good flight.
Manchester radar 118575, EC1875.
111 decimal 7. Cool, that'll do for now. And now that flight plan's in, let's go to the init B page. Zero fuel weight was 60.1 tonnes. We're quite heavy today with all the fuels. 61 point slash 23.23% Mach. That's the zero fuel weight centre of gravity. And fuel planning, I'm not bothering with that because I've added a lot of extra for holding. So we've got 9.6 tonnes block fuel. So this will need a minute just to calculate, and in that time we can go ahead and crack on with that. Manchester's getting busy already.
Manchester
Just finished the loading elements.
3 Alpha Zulu, we're towards Bravo 2, request on 41.
Let's have a little look at the charts. So I need airport charts. So Navigraph looks pretty good. I'll show you guys the screen now. We've actually got that overlay, so it's showing us our position on the aircraft as well. Yeah, I was going all out for today. Hence the awful Christmas music. I was going to keep going, but I just couldn't do it to you guys.
41 is alright, taxi in via Bravo.
Abdul, hello, welcome. Commentator, welcome. Hello, hello. Echo, welcome.
31 Alpha Zulu.
I got it this morning, Ian. I paid for it was the £9 a month thing, but basically I just did it for 1 month to update all of the AirAx cycles and get the charts, and then I'll cancel it basically. Oh, Harry, yeah, I won't be able to test the latest updates, I'm afraid. If there's been a few issues identified. So we've gone ahead and got all of our V-Pilot stuff done already, and Manchester delivery is now online as well, so we've got almost full ATC at Manchester, 121.7. Oh dear, that's overly clicky. How are we doing with that APU? It's available, good. Bleed, let's come off external power. He should be going now. That's all good. Let's pop crossfeed on for now as well. Fueling's done, so seatbelt signs on, and SID altitude for that Pole 5 Romeo departure is at 5,000 foot as a surface altitude, pending further from ATC. What else do we need to do? There's our fuel prediction, estimated with 3.6 still left in the tanks, but we might be holding for a while, so we need that extra. .36, 137, 141 for V speeds. Cool. And all our flight plan is all in and ready. Have I changed to clearance delivery? Oh, cheers. You haven't missed much. I've not done too much, to be fair. Let's see. Manchester clearance delivery 1217. Let's put that off plan mode. Let's go for the 10 nautical miles, and I just need to double check ATIS information as well. What have we got? So we're at stand 28, obviously we're at A32NX, and temperature's 8 degrees. Brilliant. Loads of people spawning in, and my model matching's going crazy with failures. QNH 1000 and information alpha. 23 right, single runway ops, transition level, flight level 65, surface wind 280 at 11 knots, visibility 10 kilometers or more. Towering cumulus detected at overcast 3,000 feet. So let's go ahead and get our clearance. We know that we're going to be, unless we've changed, we're going to be on that Pole 5 Romeo departure. And we need to get our squawk bit ready to write down as well.
Manchester clearance delivery, this is Thomas Cook 633 with you, stand 26, type A32NX Neo with information alpha, requesting IFR clearance to Rovaniemi.
Thomas Cook 633, Manchester delivery, cleared to Rovaniemi on the Pole Hill 5 Romeo departure.
Behind at Terminal 2. Great progress on that Mako simulation scenery at the moment. Let's get rid of the jetway.
Thomas Cook 633 cleared to Rovaniemi by the Pole 5 Romeo departure and squawk 313.
And Thomas Cook 633 didn't catch the squawk. Can you repeat the squawk for me, please?
No problem. 6313. Thomas Cook 633.
Thomas Cook 633, correct. Report ready for push and start.
Manchester delivery, good afternoon, Finnair 63 Tango with information Alpha at stand 28, Airbus A320 Neo, request RFR, clearance to Rovaniemi.
Finnair 3 Tango, Manchester delivery, cleared to Rovaniemi on the Pole Hill, 5 Romeo departure, squawk 2220.
Cleared by the Pole Hill, 5 Romeo departure, squawk 2220 for Finnair 63 Tango.
Finnair 63 Tango, correct. Report ready for push and start.
Thomas Cook 633, ready for push and start.
Thomas Cook 633, hold position and contact ground 121.850, see ya.
Contacting ground 121.85, thank you much, and goodbye.
And Finnair 63 Tango, fully ready.
And Finnair 63 Tango, contact ground 121.85, see ya.
121.85 for Finnair 63 Tango, thank you, see you soon.
Enjoy the event.
Cheers.
Thomas Cook 633, stand 26, push and start approved.
Push and start approved, Thomas
It's
Cook
all
633.
good. Manchester ground, good afternoon, Finnair 63 Tango at stand 28, request push start. We'll be told to hold.
Finnair 63 Tango, we've got Thomas Cook next to you pushing. Are you able to push back the same direction without conflict?
A firm, or if it helps I can push back towards Terminal 2, if that's more of a solution for you.
If you can push straight back, I can sort of do some weird work and taxi you around.
Sorry, repetition for that please.
Yeah, if you push, clear push and start, straight back.
We'll go clear push start straight back for Finnair 63 Tango.
Cockpit to ground.
Go ahead, flight deck.
We are ready for pushback and engine start.
Roger. Release the parking brakes, please.
Park brake off.
Parking brakes released.
Pushing back.
Rocking and rolling. Oh, Harry, yeah, nice one. That sounds good. Excuse the loud dog. So that TCX aircraft pushing back there is just a default livery for some reason, and we're pushing back towards Terminal 2.
You are cleared behind it. You start your engines at your discretion.
So power to power to the FADEX. A-Fly 320 Neo, welcome. Do you see? Yeah, perfect timing, just as we're starting to get on the way. He said straight push.
Hey Grant, g'day, Delta
This is-
Charlie Echo.
The only place I can think he means.
Delta Charlie Echo,
Because we're not going to back into that stand there, so.
Yes please.
In that case, taxi straight up, taxiway Alpha, and parking left-hand side.
Taxiway Alpha,
Engine
parking
one.
on the left. Thank you very much, Delta
Just want
Charlie
to
Echo.
see. I want to stop so that we're clear of this turning circle for that Thomas Cook flight.
Thomas Cook 633, ready for taxi.
Good grief, that was quick.
Thomas Cook 633, taxi holding point, Mike 1,
There we go, stop
runway
there.
23 right, via November Charlie, Echo, Delta, Papa, Kilo and Juliet.
Complete. Set the parking brakes, please.
Get your pen
Taxi
ready.
into Mike 1 via November Charlie, Echo, Delta, Papa, Kilo and Juliet for Thomas Cook 633.
Disconnect and go to hand signals.
Thanks. Have a good flight. See you later.
Etihad Dreamliner spawned in there. There goes the tug. Got a long old journey to get back to the stand. And I can close Pushback Express now as well. So just as I get taxi instructions, I'll bring Navigraph back up. You can see where we are on that with the purple arrow or the magenta arrow, which is quite cool. And in that time, as you guys are checking that out, you can look at the routes that we're about to be given. I'm just going to set the aircraft up after startup. Finnair 63 Tango, request taxi.
Finnair 63 Tango, after the taxiing Thomas Cook, A320 to your front. Taxi holding point Mike 1, taxi instruction will just be to follow him.
After that, Thomas Cook, A320 ahead, taxi to hold point Mike 1, following that TCX flight. Finnair 63 Tango. So that's November Charlie on the maps for you guys. That'll be November Charlie, Echo, Delta, Papa, Kilo, and Juliet. And we'll just be following him, which makes it a little easier. Let's do flaps 1 plus F. Oh, Etihad's changed his mind. Let's have a look at that takeoff config.
Manchester Ground, good afternoon, Ryanair 61 Romeo Echo with you on stand 52, request push and start.
And the Finnair safety demo, if it plays.
Ryanair 61 Romeo Echo, stand 52, push and start approved, face northeast.
Push and start approved, facing northeast, Ryanair 61 Romeo Echo.
Smartphones and other handheld electronic devices may be used from gate to landing in flight mode and in normal mode after landing. All other electronic devices, including laptops, must be switched off and stowed for takeoff and landing. Make sure that your armrest is in the down position and the window shade is open.
Odd. Where's his wheels?
Raise your seat back to the upright position and stow your table. Your safety belt is fastened by inserting the metal end into the buckle like this. Tighten the belt firmly. To open your belt, lift the metal buckle. Your safety belt must be fastened during takeoff, landing, and at all times during the flight when the safety belt sign is on. We recommend that you keep your safety belt fastened throughout the flight, as unexpected turbulence may occur at any time. For your own safety, we kindly ask you to avoid spending excess time in the aisles and exit areas during the flights. You must
Thomas Cook, history. Please confirm that Papa is on my left.
Yeah,
That's
it is.
affirmative, it's left onto Papa, and then the second left on Kilo.
Smoking is forbidden.
Fantastic, thanks. Thomas Cook, 633.
Oh, spoilers.
Your cabin crew has been trained to ensure your safety on board. You must always follow the instructions, even by the crew. If the cabin pressure drops, the oxygen masks will automatically appear above your head. Grab the nearest mask or the red pull flag, pull down sharply and put the mask on as shown.
Yeah, just in case we've got that holding when we get to Rovaniemi, we've got about 2.5 tons left of hold fuel before we get towards
Your life jacket is located in a compartment
that diversion.
Your life jacket is in a
So this guy here is going to Rovaniemi as well.
Put the jacket over your head, fasten the buckle in front, and tighten the strap.
And there's already been 2 that have departed just before the stream started, because I was spawned in just checking the Navigraph data.
Exits, which are all marked with green and white exit signs. All exits are equipped with slide rafts. Escape lights at floor level lead to these exits.
Yeah,
Cabin crew will now point out the exits nearest to you.
I get I make sure I write it all down Ian on a piece of paper. So today I listened to that TCX clearance
You must adopt the emergency
and I
position.
wrote down all of his instructions, knowing that we'd probably be told to follow
It is
him.
important to bend forward and downwards and as low
But
as
if you're asked to
possible.
follow, it's easy because you're just literally following
In
that
case of
aircraft's
emergency,
movements.
It is also important to leave all hand luggage.
Good grief, this is a long safety demonstration.
The safety features of this aircraft may also be found in the safety card located in the seat pocket. Please review the important information on the safety card before takeoff. If you have any questions, please ask your cabin crew. Thank you for choosing Finnair and enjoy your flight.
That's a nice little safety demonstration. Let's go ahead and get that cabin ready.
Thomas Cook 633, it'll be over to Manchester radar for departure 118575.
Fantastic. Contacting Manchester radar, Thomas Cook 633.
And we'll be next. So we can hear what he's been given and we can preempt the same.
Finnair 63 Tango, that'll be the same for you, 118575.
118575 for Finnair 63 Tango. Thank you for your services and see you soon. Without holding, 2 hours 50 roughly, Toga.
Vectors for 23 right, and we report airport is right.
Karuna was that was almost our selection actually for today.
And we are now descending 220 out of 340.
Got some new taxi lights and things in place as well.
Negative, so it's the Rotten 1 Foxtrot arrival, report aircraft.
Aircraft is an Airbus A320.
Little fire training centre there.
We have the Rosen 1 Foxtrot arrival.
1 on a 53, thank you, descent flight level 150.
Continue descent and maintain 150, easy 1953.
Manchester radar, good afternoon. This is Thomas Cook 633 with you, holding
Chris,
at Mike 1.
it doesn't, I'm afraid. We have to fight manually with the charts.
633 Manchester radar, hello behind the landing, Norwegian
And
73 Max.
do you see, there's actually some scenery that's been developed for this.
Landing, Norwegian 737 Max.
Thanks to VATSIM Scandinavia, so we've gone ahead and got that.
Channel 96026 track miles to touchdown, descend to altitude 4,000 feet, QNH 1000.
4,000 feet, 1 flight in Channel X,
Manchester radar, good afternoon, Finnair 63 Tango A320 Neo, number 2, Mike 1.
Finnair 63 Tango, Manchester radar, hello. Continue on Juliet, hold Juliet 1.
Continue Juliet, hold Juliet 1, Finnair 63 Tango. We can't.
64 Romeo Echo, Manchester radar, hello. Behind the departing Thomas Cook A320, via Mike 1, line up runway 23 right behind.
So he's going. EasyJet behind has been cleared in front of us, and we're then probably going to be number 3. So super busy. We'll just go around that, close on the old wingtips. Number 4 in the queue for that Ryanair.
Channel 960, descent to altitude 3,500 feet, on present heading, cleared ILS approach, runway 23 right.
3,500 feet, on present heading, cleared
New lights, thanks to Snapmatics, or Harry, on the A32NX project dev team. We've got the beacons now flashing against the ground, and on the winglets as well, which is really cool. So he knows we're at Juliet 1, so I don't need to keep calling and pestering for that. So let's have a look at that Pole Hill 5 Romeo departure, shall we?
Red Nose, London 901, welcome to Manchester, hold Bravo 2, contact Manchester ground 121.850, cheers mate.
Thanks very much, hold Bravo 2, contact ground 121.850, Red Nose 901, bye bye.
So we'll be departing, 23 right, turning right, heading 344 degrees to Zoomat.
23, runway 23 right, wind 280 degrees, 11 knots, clear takeoff. Clear takeoff, 23 right, Thomas Cook 633.
And then up towards Pole Hill, and you can see there speed max 250 below flight level 100 unless authorised by ATC.
Manchester radar, good afternoon, runway 61 Romeo Echo with you, holding mic 1, fully
We
ready,
got
in sequence.
Hold at 5,000.
61 Romeo Echo, Manchester radar, hello, hold mic 1.
Hold mic 1, 61
We
Romeo
got
Echo.
that Pole Hill 5 Romeo.
Phonetic 3 Tango, BA Juliet 1, line up runway 23 right, caution 1 intersection departure ahead.
5 Juliet 1, line up 23 right, and caution 1 intersection ahead, Finnair 6 Tango. Cool. So, lights. Got the pub there getting worked on. We've got Chanex on long finals. Not in a particular rush because he's been cleared.
633, report passing altitude.
EasyJet's off next, and then we'll be number 3. So super busy.
633, Stanky, climb out flight level 240.
Climb flight level 240 for Thomas Cook 633.
64 Romeo Echo, runway 23 right, wind 280 degrees, 11 knots, clear takeoff.
Oh yeah, cheers guys for helping him out. Yeah, if you got the master version, the current dev version, then I highly recommend that. Now it's a displaced threshold, and when we're departing, we can take off. We can start our takeoff roll from these arrows here. Naturally, if we're going to land though, we still have to land on the actual runway itself. Ideally, that touchdown.
633, turn right, heading 050 degrees.
The touchdown markers, which is kind of where that EasyJet flight is now.
050 degrees for Thomas Cook 633.
If you haven't got the Manchester scenery and you fancy it, then check the description for the link. It's early access at the moment and constantly being worked on by a fantastic developer.
Right, 61 Romeo Echo behind the landing, jet 2737, via Mike 1, line up runway 23 right behind.
Just make sure I've got the
Behind the landing,
on.
jet 2737, line from wait, runway 23 right behind, runway 61 Romeo Echo.
So the last few days there have been some odd behaviours with the autopilot I've noticed, but we should be okay. EasyJet's up.
Easy 1953, just confirm you're still following the Rosin 1 Foxtrot arrival.
Flight Sim Studios, are you on the A32NX Discord server?
Now inbound, Paul 1953.
Easy 1953, roger, descend flight level 80.
Descent 80 1953.
Phonetic 3 Tango, runway 23 right, wind 280 degrees, 11 knots, clear takeoff.
Clear takeoff, Finnair 63 Tango.
Easy 64 Romeo Echo, report passing altitude. Approaching Easy 64 Romeo Echo, thanks to time flight level 190.
There's such a small difference on my throttle between flex and toga, so I tend to hit toga by accident and I have to bring it back. 80 knots, we can start to bring that nose wheel pressure off, neutralise the stick. We've got V1 coming up. We are quite heavy today. V1, rotate. V2, positive brake, go up. There goes Manchester.
Challenge 960, runway 23 right, wind 280 degrees, 11 knots, clear to land.
Turn on 23 right, challenge 960.
63 Tango, report passing altitude.
Passing 1,500 feet, Finnair 63 Tango.
63 Tango, thank you, climb flight level 240.
Climb flight level 340, Finnair 63 Tango.
24, correction, 63 Tango, negative, that's 240.
Climb to flight level 240, Finnair 63 Tango. So, climb gate.
Resume navigation, direct Pole Hill for Thomas Cook 633.
Lovely haze. Look at that. Manchester off the distance. David, welcome. Gaz, welcome.
Easy 1953, leave Pole Hill heading 240 degrees.
Leave Pole at 240 degrees, 1956.
Finnair 63 Tango, turn right heading 060 degrees.
Turn right 060 degrees, Finnair 63 Tango. There we go. It's probably being routed direct to Pole Hill now, so we're cutting out some of the star itself.
Right, 600 Romeo Echo, runway 23 right, winds 290 degrees, 10 knots,
pressure.
take off.
Clear for takeoff, runway 23 right, Ryanair 61 Romeo Echo.
Channel 960, hold Alpha 3, contact Manchester ground 121.850, bye-bye.
13121,
No links, I'm afraid, Toga. There's a bot setting that prevents anything like that. The other day actually had some icing during takeoff, oddly, so I'll stick them on now.
633, nothing further, Monitor Unicom 122.8, have a good one.
122.8, 4 Thomas Cook 633, thanks for the XC and agency.
Easy 1953, descent flight level 70.
Descent 70, 1956.
So Rovaniemi in Finland has about an hour or 2 hours of sunlight every day through the winter, so we will be, when we get a bit closer, it will be pitch black, but
Easy 64 Romeo Echo, nothing further.
so I can actually see what's going on.
122.8, bye-bye.
We might bring that time forward so we have that permanent sunset in Finland.
Easy 61 Romeo Echo, report passing altitude.
David, good to hear.
Ryanair 61 Romeo Echo.
I'll try and complete the rest through the week to come.
Ryanair 61 Romeo Echo, thanks, climb flight level 190.
No worries, climb 190, Ryanair 61 Romeo Echo.
That's going to be the next frequency, 122.8.
Easy 1953, turn left heading 170 degrees.
Let's have a little look on Navigraph, shall we?
170,
So that magenta line there is where we've been routed to.
Finnair 63 Tango, resume our navigation direct Pole Hill.
Resume our navigation direct Pole Hill, Finnair 63 Tango. So that's direct to Pole Hill, and I'm actually curious to see if this magenta arrow turns now that I've added the direct to on the flight plan and gone back into that managed heading mode.
1953, continue left turn heading 120 degrees.
Continue 120, easy 1956.
Yeah. Navigraph looks pretty good.
1953, 2 track miles to touchdown, descend to altitude 4,000.
Landing lights off, over 10,000. We can get rid of those seatbelt signs as well, shall we?
1956.
Finnair 63 Tango, nothing further, Monitor Unicom 122.8, have a good one.
122.8 for Finnair 63 Tango, thank you services, see you soon, bye. There's that EasyJet flight that took off ahead of us, I think it's there. You see his strobes. So our route today, if I bring up Navigraph again for you guys, you can see it drawn on the line there. All the different waypoints in the airways en route. 1,156 nautical miles, and that's the full route there, which is also in the description for the video. It's about 3 hours on a good day. Not necessarily today with the big event being on, so I expect some sort of holding. What were you on? NEMGU to Charlie, I think it was, wasn't it? So just to get an idea of what we might have to deal with when we get there, we'll look at the charts again, and we can see we'll be flying in from NEMGU, which is just here, NEMGU to Charlie, and into MIGPO, and NEMGU we have to pass at or above flight level 100, and then down to VECIB, and you can see there's a hold at VECIB that we might have to use, but we might also be routed around to a different star. So we could be vectored onto that Ren V2 Charlie with another hold there, for example. So there's quite a few things we need to look out for once we get a little closer. And looking at the METAR, someone's just sent me a picture of the METAR at Rovaniemi, and it's winds 4 knots from the southeast east. Temperatures -9 degrees, pressure 1018. Overcast at a height of 200 foot, freezing fog and freezing conditions. So it's going to be interesting, and not only that, but it will also be completely, well, it should be snow covered when we get there. So he's told us to go to Unicom for the remainder. Let's have a little look to see who else is on. Where does our route take us? Scottish radar, and then Enor for quite some time. So we're pretty much on Unicom for about 20-30 minutes. We'll go up to our cruise altitude. Very good question. How busy will it be? David, yeah, the position on the charts really does help. It's also input the Navigraph data into the MCDU as well, so we'll have got more accurate waypoints and everything else on here. Full Moon Party video, welcome, good to see you tuning in again. Guys, if for those of you who don't know, he's the creator of the Gatwick freeware scenery, which we've covered a lot here. Could probably turn that off now. And yeah, it will be very busy, I would imagine. There were slots for the event, which all got booked up within a couple of hours. So we're going to be flying in about, at this rate, 5 to 10 minutes before the official start time of the event. But it is probably going to be very, very busy. They've already got Rovaniemi ATIS online, and looking at the ground so far, there's 3 aircraft already on the ground. And there's a couple of aircraft already heading in. I'm not sure if you can search on things like SimAware for specific routes. Where you can just bring up all the flights that are going to be going to that one airport. I'm not sure if there's a software that can do that. Karuna at 1830 Zulu, it's going to be really busy. The event starts at 1700 Z, and from there it will be constant 36 arrivals due. Once a year thing, I think it is, Stance, yeah. I think it is a once a year thing. Let's calm this climb down a little bit, shall we? Save the engines, they're at 90% M1. We'll just do a nice smooth climb. Rovaniemi was booked up pretty quickly. When I looked, I'd heard about it within an hour of me checking. It was they were all booked up, all the slots. David, have 8 of those already departed? Have they, or 4 of the 4 are they already departed? I know there was the Thomas Cook ahead of us. Pavo, welcome. We're going to be on the NEMGU approach potentially, unless it's unless we're vectored otherwise and changed. But that's the planned star for our flights and the Thomas Cook flight ahead of us as well. It's going to be a busy one for you guys by the looks of it. It's the first time for the event for myself anyway, so I'm looking forward to it. So once we get towards Norway, we'll be calling up Eurocontrol North. Good grief, yeah. So there's about 4 or 5 that have already departed Manchester, including us, for Rovaniemi. And then there's 4 behind us as well, so I mean, that's just one airport. There's going to be aircraft coming from Gatwick, Heathrow, all over Europe as well into the event, with the 3 airports that are going to be in use. So the controllers are going to have their work cut out. Let's have a little look at the duty free for Finnair, shall we? See if this plays.
Hyvät matkustajat, olen kurseri Jarmo Lämpäri. Aloitamme juomatarjoilun. Tästä vaunusta voitte ostaa viiniä, olutta sekä virvokkeita. Myös tuoviiniä.
300 arrivals.
Olemme pahoilla, mikäli
that's going to be busy.
Kesken. Tällä lennolla teillä on myös mahdollisuus tehdä edullisia verovapaita ostoksia.
We're going to be arriving probably about 16:50 Zulu, 16:55 Zulu for us.
Mutta nyt koko tiimin puolesta
Heathrow, Echo, yeah, Heathrow is quite disappointing. I've got the premium deluxe version, as I'm sure you probably have as well, and there's very little detail. The terminals look great, but beyond that, it's quite roughly done. Taxiway Alpha on the north side is missing lines and things, which is quite disappointing, really. Let's see, fat fingers. Go further away so I don't kill you guys with the sound. The livery for this today's aircraft is on flightsim.to, and it's quite a nice one. Unico, I think it's called, Finnair Unico.
We will start serving your favorites. You may buy sparkling wine, beer and soft drinks. You will have the possibility to do duty-free shopping during this flight. Our sales articles and snacks are presented in an in-flight shopping catalog. Please don't hesitate to ask the cabin crew if you need any assistance. We are doing our best to make your journey as a pleasant one. The whole team wish you a very pleasant flight with us.
Yeah, well, I think they announced that they were going to do Barra, which is going to be an interesting one. It's just a shame we don't have a twin otter to fly onto the beach with. Yeah, Barra, Liverpool, Land's End will be a cool one. And was it not Newcastle? That was another one. It slips my mind anyway. But there's going to be a few, but then nothing major airport-wise. I'd like a scenery company to actually go ahead and revamp Heathrow, because I would rather have a payware version than the one in the sim, which is quite good for the price you pay, really, because it worked out something like 30p per airport when you buy the premium deluxe version. So that is quite cool, but it's not great. Gatwick was a massive disappointment, but obviously Full Moon Party Video went and fixed it and probably made one of the best freeware scenery for the sim so far. Stansted will be a good one, the world's largest departure lounge, and Stans it's about at this rate it will be really busy when we get there, so it could be a 4-hour long trip in reality, instead of a 3-hour flight. So I'll probably land taxi. We might watch some of the traffic and the busyness of the event when we get there as well for a little while, so we'll just go into like a tower view and go from there, which would be quite nice. We'll just see as we get there. They get very little sunlight through the day anyway this time of year, so we're going to have to fiddle the times a little bit to force a bit of daylight for us when we get there. And if there should be snow on the ground. If there's not, I will force snow on the ground with a preset within Unreal Weather. So either way, there'll be snow when we get there. The VATSIM events are always quite nice, always really busy, and there's as Parvo was saying a minute ago, there was 300 or so arrivals alone last year, and that's not obviously not counting the departures as well, just for Rovaniemi, so that's going to be super busy. Yeah, Echo, the Dreamliner was another disappointment. I completely agree with you there. I haven't flown it in the sim since early September, I think it is. Just none of it works. And that 787XE project, Hangar 9, whatever they were known as, that's died a death now as well, which is disappointing. Because all the files are encrypted, understandably, so they can't do anything with it. Let's see. Let's fiddle around with this view a little bit, shall we? How are we doing? Still climbing. You can see our top of climb indication there, just 10 miles before Roban. And our fuel prediction, let's see, that should have changed now that we've gone ahead and taken off. 3.4 tonnes, and if we need to divert, 3 tonnes. I'd imagine we'll be using quite a bit of that through holding as well, so we'll give it a go. Yeah, the quality wings version, that's going to be really good, so I look forward to that when it comes out. It will certainly improve a lot of things with the sim, that's for sure. Yeah, Stance, very good point. Probably the best way to think of this sim is it being a work in progress still in itself. I quite like it. There are some things that really annoy me, like the way the patches are handled and the way that updates tend to break lots of random things without good reason. Oh, hello. Should probably do that. Put the old belts on. Odd bit of wind. Changed quite violently there. It's obviously pulled the next METAR in on Unreal Weather. Oh dear. Yeah, it's going to be interesting then. I look forward to it, it's going to be good. Oh, my throttles are too sensitive. There we go. Flight level 340 now. We've gone back to 92% N1 almost, so let's bring that rate of climb down. We'll just do plus 400 foot per minute. That'll do us nicely for now. Stance, yeah. I would probably say that that is that's correct. Yeah, the A320. Is it the new? Is it the only good plane at the moment? Yeah, it is. The one we're using is the A32NX mod, which has been developed by Fly-by-Wire Sim, and it's complete freeware, but it's going to be basically like the Zebo on X-plane. So it's going to be very good. Lots of things have changed with it. So now, it being the only thing that we can actually operate accurately, we've got all sorts of stuff, including ATIS. So let's go ahead and have a little look at. So these are some of the things we can do. ATIS. There is an ATIS on currently, so we just need to wait for, as there's a VATSIM coverage, I should say. So there is digital ATIS. We'll wait for company message down on the ECAM here. Yeah, the default A320 is, it's a lot better than the 747 and the Dreamliner, but it's still pretty poor. But I suppose good for a default. Ah, ATIS has dropped off. Ah well. We'll check that later. What about the A37? Yeah, the A737 is good as well. Yeah, one of the things that they really need to implement is automated holding within the autopilot, and also a proper working VNAV as well. I just realised performance. Where was it? Okay, it's in it B, which is now locked. Oh well. I wanted to amend the wind prediction for the route to show that we've got that. It was on Sim Brief. It gives you a bit of information, which is quite cool. One thing I quite like with Navigraph, just looking at it currently, bring it up for you guys. I quite like the fact that as you're flying and you've got that position on the maps there, if you zoom in enough, you get, let's clear that, you get all the airways. So we can see we're on the Uniform Mike 82 airway, which we've joined at Robin. And we'll keep going to RIVOT and then onwards, so you can see all these different airways that we'll be using. But what I quite like that I was having a little look at earlier was we've got the actual FIRs. So that green line there is it's telling us there that we're currently under Scottish radar, and then we go into Polaris radar for Norway. So we can see roughly when we hit that waypoint there, which we can click as well, and we can see that's ALOTI. Just before we get to ALOTI, if ENOR Centre was on, we should change on VPilot. But as luck would have it, they're not online at the moment. They were earlier. They'll probably come online shortly, because this is the calm before the storm, really. I'm not sure if anyone else would be able to tell me. This is quite cool as well, night mode. I'm not sure if there's going to be. Is there a way that you can feed VATSIM traffic data into Navigraph? I'm not sure, so you guys will have to let me know. Wing view, sure. Which one are you thinking of? Let's see, I think it's that one. Nope, they keep changing. There we go. Oh, 11 sectors. I'm going to get so lost with all the different frequencies. What version of Navigraph did I buy? Good question. Somebody said on Discord that you could get that first month of Ultimate and then just literally click to cancel it after you've updated all your data. So I've got that first month just to give it all a go, and I've updated and I've updated the SimBrief API, so now I'm getting the latest AirRack in SimBrief. I had a mind blank then. I was just trying to think of what I was about to say. I forgot. Stan said, what do you mean the engine one? The previous one that we were just on, or? Yeah, I'm not sure where the where that Thomas Cook flight is. So there is a way to set custom views, and I need to try and work out how best to do it, because I wouldn't mind a bit of a better cabin view here. Oh yeah, I don't have that custom view. The nearest I've got to that, and you'll have to ignore the, you'll have to excuse the noise. I think it's this one. Or that's the nearest I've got. If we want to be deafened. So I've still got the presets. I haven't bothered with the additional custom ones yet. Stance, exactly, yeah. VATSIM events tend to be extremely busy, so you end up getting like hundreds of aircraft flying in all over Germany, France, Spain, sometimes as far as the US as well. I might have to have a little look at that then. The default views are pretty rubbish, so yeah, I did give a warning to turn the volume down, without specifically saying that. So my mate who's ahead of us in that TCX flight, he's just told us that Vatastic has us estimated for 16:15, which is a lot earlier than I thought, and a lot earlier than the SimBrief and things said as well. Apparently so, yeah. Max 78. Ah, good, we're on that as well. Nice, yeah. I would struggle to recommend Premium Deluxe, to be honest. Not sure if it's really worth the money. Bearing in mind the standard version is, so is it £60 or something like that? And then you can just fill, you can fill your computer and your sim full of excellent freeware, like the Gatwick Airport. You can get the payware airports like Mako Simulations Manchester, where we departed from. So there's plenty that you could put into your sim with just a standard version, and use the A32NX, and then just get the quality wings 787 when that comes out. That would probably be my recommendation. The CRJ from Aerosoft is coming out as well in the next week or so, by the sounds of it, and apparently it's very good. Asobo have said they've tested it in the sim, in the latest development update. They've said it's very good, but then I don't really trust Asobo to test anything properly. I'm not sure if how expensive are the add-ons? Very good question. So the Quality Wings one is earmarked to be about £80 apparently, but that's going to be an exceptionally good Dreamliner. The CRJ from Aerosoft I think was about €43, which is really good for a price. And that's for the two main models. If you wanted the stretched versions of the CRJs, there was an additional load of money to create that, to get that as well. You had to buy the first one to get the second if you wanted the longer version. But the CRJ 700 would be plenty, I think. Echo, good question. I'm really not sure, to be honest. I think in my head I'd rather hold out for the Quality Wings Dreamliner. But as Ian's just said there, there's a lot of Fly UK routes with linked with the CRJ. They're all regional hops out of Birmingham and Cardiff and a few other things, so that'd be quite cool. So I'm very tempted. The CRJ is a regional jet, as I've just mentioned in the live chat. What's that fuel burn? So on long journeys, you can see there the true air temperatures minus 35 degrees. Let's see. Fuel's looking okay. There's only a 20 kilos imbalance there between the left and right tanks. And the fuel flow, 29 kilos a minute. Very efficient. Yeah, and then about 860 kilos an hour. Some of the other things we can get is cabin pressure and all that sort of stuff with the A32NX. Although, interestingly, that's all zero. And I'm pretty sure that should be working. That's just, I think, a dead duff screen because APU is obviously going to be zero because it's off. Let's see. We've got our bleed air as well, so we can see our cabin temperature and our packs. Why is that setting high? Hello. Interesting. So that's not working as it should do anymore. What happens if I put that onto high? Still stays the same. And then low. Doesn't move. Weird. odd. Got it to a nice 24-25 degrees though. So there's loads of so we go cabin air temperature things for the air conditioning packs. Loads of different bits that we've got in the sim. Flight control surfaces and all that. We press it again and go back to our cruise tab. The A380 would be quite cool. I've heard the wipers are a bug. Interestingly. I'm not sure how somebody taught it, to be honest. I'm not sure how somebody fixed it, but there was a talk on it the other day. But especially over a certain speed, they should already be off anyway. They should turn themselves off. But if not, check the one over on the right-hand side as well to see if it's locked off. Pack, basically just think of it as like an air conditioning unit linked to the engine. So like we've got pack 1, pack 2 there. The easiest way to explain is probably that pack 1 is an air conditioning unit that feeds bleed air from the engine 1 on the left and then puts it into the cabin. It goes through and heats it or chills it as well. That's probably the easiest way to explain it, I guess. But all of these features are only in the A32NX. There's no other aircraft in the sim currently that have these features. Concorde's quite popular in other sims. There's normally one going out of Heathrow or Paris in the sim. And yeah, I'd agree with Echo. I want more. I want a long haul jet that works. To be honest, I'm not too bothered about another short haul aircraft because the A32NX does all of that for me. So I just want something long haul. Stance. Yeah, I'm not sure if anyone else has got any feedback. On their experience with the Sims, but I'd probably say that the premium deluxe version is a bit of a waste of money. I would get it for the sense that you've got the handcrafted airports. That's quite good, but then as we were discussing earlier, Heathrow is quite basic, so not really missing out on that much, I don't think. Yeah, Ian, that's a good point. One of the other options is the Game Pass version. So if you get fed up with the sim, you can just cancel your Xbox Game Pass and it will obviously be wiped out. Let's turn these up. Obviously the A32NX has got desync displays now as well, so we can operate on this side of the aircraft independently of the left at the moment. What was that? It's stuff like this that annoys me in the sim. It's like, does that happen in real life? Definitely not. Every sick bag has just been used in the cabin if this was real life. Yeah, Heathrow's nice to have with the scenery. It's not been particularly well optimised, and it is fairly accurately done, but there are still lots of issues with it. And to be fair, in the promo for the sim, they hyped up Premium Deluxe with all these handcrafted, handmade airports, and they made it sound like quite a big thing, and it's nothing. It's nothing special, to be honest. I would certainly say just go without and look for add-ons instead. Heathrow scenery is on the Premium Deluxe version, so you have to have Premium Deluxe to get that the handcrafted Heathrow Airport scenery by a Sobo, basically. But hopefully a livery creator will crack on and do that. If they can build another Heathrow Airport, then straight away I'll be off buying or downloading a freeware version of Heathrow to supersede Asobo's, because I'm sure it would be a lot better. Favourite airliner, Echo. Obviously BA. Yeah, so Stance, I've got Premium Deluxe and I've got a lot of additional add-ons. I've got a lot of additional add-ons in the sim. Oh, which plane? That's the one I'd like to see the most in the sim, the A350. Payware or freeware, I'd just be happy to have one of those in the sim, to be fair. Squad, yeah, Streamlabs spot is activated. It's always on in the background. Yeah, Kevin, the Gatwick Airport scenery is really good. I've covered it quite a lot in... Oh my good grief. This needs to make its mind up. So this is what lets Unreal Weather down. Because it's just madness. So there's a few people that I know will, when they get to cruise, to try and get some wings aloft that are a bit better. Some people, like my mate who's in front on the TCX aircraft, they will go back to live weather until descent. I hope not. Or even sat on the toilet, that would be pretty bad. If it happens again, what I'll do is I'll just go back to live weather until we get closer, and then I'll set Unreal Weather back in again. It's a shame there's the 747-8 is so poorly made, because I'd quite like to be using that a lot more. So it's a little frustrating that we don't get, apart from the A32NX project, we haven't really got a usable airliner in the sim, and the default ones are all rubbish. Aston, hello, welcome. We'll have a little look at Navigraph again and see how it's updated and see where we're at. So there we go. So you can see there that we're about to pass into out of Scottish radar onto Norwegian. So let's have a little look on VPilot. Enos isn't on. We've got Swedish centre, which is ESOS. That's the Sweden SAR. This is great. No, we can move all this around. ESSA. So, wonder where the sectors begin. So you can click. I think at least it worked a minute ago. If you click on certain areas. Oh wow. There's loads of detail in this. I've got to say, there was a lot of hype about Navigraph and how good it was, but the now that I've downloaded it, I can see what people mean. Stonners. No, I'm off. You know this. Oh dear. I hope you've clicked like. It took me a while to work that out then. It's you. Stalking me. Spend all the time at work with you, now you're watching my live streams. Yeah, Echo, I find it's really sensitive. The thing that frustrates me with the 747 is the auto thrust and the Dreamliner. The fact that you can't disengage it properly without turning it off entirely. It's really frustrating. There goes the dog again. Stance. Premium Deluxe, it probably does know that. Probably is. I probably would describe it as disappointing. I got it for the 787, but that just doesn't work properly. So that is quite disappointing. And the other reason why I got it was for the Heathrow Airport scenery, which is all well and good. Yeah, it's accurate enough. So I've only really got it for Heathrow Airport, I think, really. I certainly haven't used the Dreamliner. There's no point. It doesn't work well enough. Squad, that's a very good guess. He is a German Shepherd. He's a great guard dog. The Quality Wings one. See, I've not been on a sim for years and years, so I've been out of the loop a fair bit. But I've been assured by quite a few people on my Discord server that the Quality Wings one will be really worth it, and it will be of a very high quality. So I'm looking forward to that coming out. I think it's due around early summer, I believe. Yeah, I think early summertime that'll be coming out. and I'll definitely be getting that one, that's for sure. It'll be really good. I'm still trying to get round to doing some sort of Heathrow to JFK or something like that, like a short-ish long-haul flight in a decent long-haul aircraft, really. But even with that 787, I would probably be doing some short-haul trips on it as well. I'll probably spend most time on that, and then juggling between the A320 every now and again as well. Zility, do you know how to fix when I put destination arrival on the MCDU nothing happens? Do you mean when you input into the MCDU init A page? Is that what you mean? From to. So it tends to be that sometimes you can put in Heathrow, for example. If you put EGLL, it will come in at the very bottom of the scratch pad. It will come up with not found, which is quite frustrating. But if you just clear that message, type it and submit it again, it goes in again. So that's hopefully that explains your question. But if you mean something else, then just obviously let me know. And yeah, as Ian's just pointed out, Stance, all the add-ons will be able to be used with VATSIM. We're using the fly-by-wire mod for the A320neo, and that's obviously an add-on as well. So VATSIM itself pulls data from all of the different simulators, so X-Plane, P3D and all the rest of it, FSX, and it pulls all of that data, all of the aircraft connected, and then it displays it for everybody in each sim. So the difficulty for us comes with trying to match the models, because we've only got 3 aircraft models for the airliners in Microsoft Flight Simulator currently, so it makes it a little bit difficult to match properly. Matthew, hello. Good to see you tuning in from the States. Hope you're well. Echo, nice. A380 is always nice to see. I've seen BA have maybe got 1 or 2 still at the airport, I think, but most of them are off in storage in Spain, I believe. But the A350 is always good, and it's a shame that the 747 has been retired as well. Squad, please don't, that sounds expensive. And Stance, yeah, the normal version, I think the normal version is more than worth it. Unless you're looking for specific elements of the Premium Deluxe, the hype that Microsoft and Asobo created for those add-ons, or the bigger versions if you like, I find that they're not really up to a good enough standard. It's probably the best thing to say. Martin, I haven't tried self-loading cargo or PackX. I haven't tried either, to be honest. I'm not sure off the top of my head. I haven't really looked into them that much. Are they freeware or are they payware? I'll try, effectively for me anyway, I'll try and keep my sim as freeware as possible, really, because it can get very expensive. So I look for key significant things that are that I want. So the Quality Wings 787, for example, that'll be worth it. One thing I have got is the trial for, or the early access version of AirTool, the Luke AirTool, and he's got a passenger PAX Sim, I think it's called. He's got that built into the new version of that, so that's quite good, but it takes probably a bit of setting up. And if I had a little bit more time before the stream today, I had a few issues setting up initially with one of the test files for the A32NX. So I had to close the sim and start again. But if I had another 10 minutes or so, I would have probably have tried out that PAX Sim within Luke AirTool, which is completely free. So I can. It looks quite good from what I've seen, early indications of it anyway. And it does all the stuff that PAX Sim does but it's free, so that's only a good thing, of course. Stance, the 737 isn't out yet. Who was it that was creating it? PMDG, I think, were creating the 737. But because of the issues with the STK, they've pushed it back until next year, apparently, so it's not going to be out for a while. The Quality Wing 787 is probably the one to watch out for. That'll probably be the best option that's going to come out in 2021 anyway for any aircraft for the sim. There's a lot of freeware mods, or a lot of freeware servers on Discord where they're promising to build tons of aircraft and all sorts of stuff for the sim, but I take a lot of that with a pinch of salt, because there's a few of the servers that I'm on, and it seems to me that they're promising the world just so that they can fill their server up, basically, and nothing will come of the project. You can tell from the way it's organised that nothing will come from it, and that they don't really know how to model themselves, so if they can't model, they certainly won't be able to create a payware standard aircraft for free. Pushback Express, Echo. Echo's asked, is Pushback Express worth it, or are there better ground crew add-ons coming in the future? I think Pushback Express is worth it. You've got full ground vehicle control now within the within Pushback Express, so that is very, very good. The feature I like the most, actually, and I've still not been able to get the voice control to work properly, so I need to keep tinkering with that a little bit. I keep forgetting to try some of the workarounds, but the highlight for me for Pushback Express is the fact that you can push-pull. Pushback Helper is the freeware version that's on flightsim.to, which people can use, and that's obviously free, so that's a tick in the box straight away for that one. But it's still fairly limited in comparison to FS2 Cruise Pushback Express add-on, and I use it a lot. You basically use it every flight, so every time you fly in the sim. So I certainly recommend FS2 Cruise Pushback Express. If you're a member of a virtual airline like Fly UK or anything like that, then they tend to have discount codes, about 30% or so off a lot of the time for Pushback Express, which actually then makes it very good in price, really. But yeah, I would completely agree with what Ian's saying. Get the normal version of Microsoft Flight Simulator. Don't worry about the Dreamliner that you'd get with Premium Deluxe, because it is genuinely awful. Apart from it looking good, nothing really works properly on it, so you certainly won't be missing out anything there. And a lot of the handmade airports aren't particularly that good either, to be totally honest. Heathrow's acceptable, bearing in mind you've probably in reality paid 30 to 50 pence per handmade airport, so I suppose you can argue that it's worth it in that sense, but it's not. I would rather look for the freeware stuff and some payware stuff, so I'd download that Gatwick Airport mod on flightsim.to. That's the best freeware airport scenery that I've ever found on the sim so far, and it'll probably stay like that for a while. It's payware standard and free, so I would pad the sim with that instead. Gatwick Airport, I'd go ahead and purchase the Mako Simulations Manchester Airport as well for $7.99, because I mean that's a bargain for a payware airport. That's an exceptionally good price for what is a fantastic airport. So I'd probably look at that. You're saving £60–70 by getting the standard version of the sim, so you could then earmark that to go ahead and buy a load of payware airports as well, so you can build the sim then in a way to exactly how you want it to be. That's probably the better one. So that's the plane that I'm using. It's an add-on of the default aircraft, if that makes sense. So we're in an A320neo, but we are it's the A32NX mod. So everything about the aircraft looks the same, but the sounds and everything about the aircraft has been modified by some payware developers that are really good about with what they've been doing. So if you got the basic level of the sim, the basic version of the sim, you download the A32NX mod, the latest development version, and it has sounds, all of the overhead panel working, a fully, almost fully implemented MCDU, and all of this sort of stuff. So you don't need to worry about better sounds if you're going to get the A32NX, as Ian's just pointed out, and aviation simulation. If you get those, you look for payware, standard freeware aircraft like this, then you'll be good to go. You don't need anything else really, except for some exceptional scenery, as we saw at Manchester and as there is at Gatwick. Echo, you asked if there was any virtual airlines for BA or Virgin. I think Virgin, there's a Virgin Atlantic virtual airline that's not long launched. I saw something online the other day, but I've not been able to find anything about it since. And there's a BA virtual, which is good in the sense that you can't just go ahead and join it. You need to pass a test to join it and be accepted onto their virtual airline, which I went ahead and did. But then I've had issues with their software, so you have to download their software called Merlin and run FS UIPC, and something's gone wrong. I've missed a step somewhere within the installation, and I've not been able to fly or file a flight with them for the first 14 days. And because I've not been able to do that, I've I've lost. I've had my account closed basically. So Fly UK is definitely the best virtual airline out there. Their Skytrack software works. It's simple to use. They've got a vast amount of variety of routes for people to choose from as well, especially as more aircraft come into the sim. So there's routes for the CRJ that's about to be launched. There's routes for the 787 that are going to be launched next year. So compatibility with Microsoft Flight Simulator, flyuk.aero is probably the absolute best best virtual airline out there currently. You haven't seen any Gatwick scenery. Let me just get a link. I've covered it a lot on my videos in the past. The default Gatwick Airport in the sim is bordering on pathetic, but there is, let's see, there's a link. So the Gatwick Airport, I'll just put in the live chat. That's Gatwick Airport. And Manchester scenery, the Manchester scenery isn't add-on yet. I'll just get the link for that as well. So the Manchester Airport scenery that you were asking about is it's a payware add-on, but it's currently in early access. So it's £8, 8 GBP, and it's early access, so you get unlimited updates. So as the airport progresses and gets developed over time, you can update for free anyway, constantly for the life of you using the sim, which is really good. And the developer is really active, takes a lot of feedback, and he's actually got a few people now that work at Manchester Airport, and I've got loads of photographs of the airport itself, and they're helping him get an idea of some of the cool things that are on the in the airport itself. There we go, there's the link. There's the Manchester Airport scenery, link in the live chat. There's no Heathrow add-ons yet. The airport pub is being worked on at the moment, and the airport viewing park as well is being worked on. Just getting some turbulence as well, which is quite cool. Yeah, Gatwick Airport is really good. It's payware level, but completely free of charge. I did a video of the top 5 freeware sceneries the other day, and that's on the channel, and it is incredibly well detailed, so I highly recommend it. And the fact that it's free is a no-brainer for putting some incredible scenery into the sim. I definitely recommend steering away from all the Google photogrammetry stuff. Not a massive fan of that, to be honest. We had a little look at one. We looked at the Newcastle scenery that's on flightsim.to the other day. That's a Google photogrammetry import, and it was probably the worst thing I've seen in the sim before, or ever. So passing some of the fjords over Norway. There's actually some snow over there, which is quite cool. First time I've seen it generated itself in the sim. Exocet, yep, you're right there. As Echo was just saying, there's actually a EFB that's going to go into this panel here that we can see on the screen, possibly within a month. I'll be testing it when it's released for testing, and there'll be a lot to look at, I think, and a lot to test with that to see how effective it is, or if it's particularly broken or not. How do you fix this? I'll just have a little look. I can still see that. Ah. Zility, are you using Navigraph by any chance? Zility, the only thing I could maybe suggest would be to make sure you've got the latest master development version of the A32NX. I've never had that problem before, but I must say. The only problem I do get with Heathrow is when I type it in and press the key there to insert that route, if it involves Heathrow I just get a blank data not found, I think it says. Data not found or something like that. Autopilot, it doesn't necessarily have to be fixed by Microsoft. It can be fixed by a lot of other people as well. I know the A32NX team are trying to create their own bespoke autopilot, which will be quite good. Yeah, Zility, the only thing I could maybe suggest would be to remove that A330 mod, because I know it does cause some issues. Stance, thanks for subscribing. Stunners, brilliant. hoping that, let's see, tools. I'm just going to boost some stuff to the computer. Wow, that is a rubbish way of pulling in the next METAR, isn't it? So give it a minute or so and the connection issues should be sorted out pretty quickly. Just sorting out some quality of service stuff on the network to try and boost it for you guys. No, I can't, Andy. Frustratingly. VATScope. I've not heard of that, but I might have a little look at that actually. I'm not sure how long we've got left to go actually, to be honest. Let's have a little look. maybe about an hour or so. There's the NEMGU arrival. Matthew, how what's not working with that? Apparently we've got ENOS centre just come online. There we go, Polaris control 118875. So now there's everybody online by the looks of it. There's around us anyway. There's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 different area centre controllers. So Polaris control.
12045, Lufthansa 305. Thank you very much and bye bye.
Bye bye.
Polaris Center, hello, Olympic 525 with you, flight 350.
Olympic 525, Polaris Control, good evening. You are cleared the limit for correction. The Repam 3 Lima arrival, landing 01 right. Descend when ready, flight level 120.
Clear for the Repam 3 left, expect runway 01 left or right, did you say? Because I didn't hear very well. When ready, descending to flight 120.
Olympic 525, that was runway 01 right.
Copy, Olympic
Cool.
525.
So, funnily enough, I've
Thomas Cook 633, contact Sweden, frequency 132.15.
we'll be next.
Tom Cook 633, contacting Sweden 132.15. Thanks very much.
We'll be contacting Sweden soon ourselves. Interestingly, Navigraph I think was causing the problem with the lag. ESOS North Centre 13215 will be next.
Polaris Control, Olympic 525, ready for the same.
The way this unreal weather pulls the METARs in is quite annoying.
525, descend when ready, flight level 120.
So it's just pulled in Oslo's Gardermoen Airport's
start descending flight 120.
METAR, but when it's done that, it's just violently changed straight away. So there's not, unfortunately, any way that it can be done any smoother, I don't think. But naturally, this doesn't happen if we were using the live weather in the sim. Live METAR is from Unreal Weather. But if we go ahead and go to live weather in the actual sim itself, it changes to this. So this is now Meteo Blue. At least that should stop the issues with wind change and things now. As we get a bit closer, we'll probably go back to Unreal Weather, which it tends to be more accurate. Although I haven't tried live weather for a while, so I'm not sure how accurate it is anymore, because I know they have updated it and apparently partially fixed it. When we get closer as well, I'll go back onto Navigraph. Because I think that was what was, I'm not sure why, but it was affecting the data to the stream.
Polaris Control, Speedbird 16983 with you, inbound.
Some high level cloud there, around about our altitude by the looks of it.
16983, Polaris Control, good afternoon. I will send you a rerouting via text shortly. Thank you very much, sir. We'll wait for the text, Speedbird 16983.
So as we go further north, there's obviously less sunlight, so it's going to get quite dark. We're going to try and monitor that live time if we can. When we get closer as well, I'll go back onto Unreal Weather, and there should be snow in Finland, around the Lapland area anyway, so I'll put snow depth in place as well, manually, because I don't think it will be on the sim yet, for some reason. If you're using the Quality Wings 787, will it show up as a 787 for other people? That's a very good question. For the add-on aircraft like that, on VATSIM or multiplayer or anything like that, I think you need to have the aircraft installed yourself to be able to see it visually. But if you've got some form of model matching in place, you should be able to get close. So your call sign in a 787 could be paired to look like the default 787 in the sim for people with premium deluxe. So there are ways to work around it. My model matching file tries to deal with some of it at least. Soon enough though, give it a couple of months, hopefully we will have something from FSLTL. They're creating model matching tools, proper models and things for the sim, and I've wrote the VMR file for them, so there's about 1,000 or so liveries so far, loads of different call signs and models aircraft, from A319s all the way up to 777s and Dreamliners, everything in between, all getting fed into the sim with actual AI models, so that'll be really good. And it will cover everybody with those installed. It will cover online and offline traffic, models, proper model matching, and it'll also work with VATSIM with the file that I've written for it. And the file should be released on day one, whenever they get round to releasing a version of the file for everybody to use. So FSLTL is definitely one to watch.
Hello, Sunjet 6 Tango Echo, level 370 to mid-C, decimal 82.
Sunjet 6 Tango Echo, Polaris Control, good evening, identified. I'll send a reroute to you via text shortly.
Is there software that tells us what our ETA is going to be? Matthew, good question. I would say Unreal Weather is better than live weather. For the cruise, live weather's definitely better. But when you're below flight level 180, then Unreal Weather is really good, because it will pull data in from local METARs, local airports, and it will feed that into the weather engine in the sim.
Polaris Control, Sugar 781 with you. Speedbird 781, Polaris Control, good evening.
So we're connected to VATSIM. So as we get closer, we'll be vectored. There's a few aircraft calling up now that are already having their flight plans completely changed. to try and facilitate traffic.
Santa 10 Polaris, good evening.
60 miles to go to Igago.
Polaris Control, Snowman at 3 Tango 50350, requesting climb 37 for weather.
So we've got
Snowman 2 Tango.
Yeah, about 1 hour to go.
Good evening. Say again, requested
So yeah, we're actually heading in a bit early by the looks of it.
Snowman 2 Tango, climb flight level 37, sir.
Climb flight level 37, Snowman 3 Tango.
Speedbird 1693, contact Polaris, frequency 134.35.
134.35, speedbird 1693.
So let me show you how busy VATS vPilot is now currently. So if I go on to show you that. So every one of these here under centre,
Tomjet 6 Tango Echo, contact
all the way to there,
Polaris control, frequency 134.35.
are radar centres that are in this area around us, controlling all the different areas. So there's 3 Swedish centre controllers on, 2 Finnish ones.
Finnair 63 Tango, contact Sweden, frequency 132.15.
Contact Sweden 132.15 for Finnair 63 Tango. Thank you, have a good day.
Is the X-ray mic?
So we are contacting him, Sweden Control. Sweden Control, good evening, Finnair 63 Tango, inbound, dib for flight level 350.
Finnair 63 Tango, Sweden, good evening, identified.
Lovely. So we don't have to worry about anything else, he's telling us identified. Wow. So it's, you know what, it's not unreal weather that's causing this issue. It's just not, the sim itself isn't transitioning
Was just looking at your label and was
the weather properly.
To give you the clearance. Descent flight level 210.
Descent flight level 210. Great line, descent 140.
Exactly.
Stancia, you need the default 787 or the quality wings 787 for people to see you most likely. Either that, or if you were on VATSIM, for example, and you were using a proper model matching tool with 787 models built into it, into the package, like FSLTL will have, and you'd use my model matching file for that onto vPilot, you will, people will be able to see you then. Not necessarily your exact aircraft, but there will be a different Dreamliner that they'll see in place of your exact aircraft and livery, perhaps. So there are ways. On VATSIM, they are more likely to see you because they, if they've got a model for a 787, even an AI model, for example, then you'll be fine. You'll be visible to them. Just going to have a little look on SimAware to see how busy this airspace is already. In fact, if I can, might be able to see if I can show you guys this. Bear with me while I just sort it out. There we go. So this is showing us how busy the airspace is currently around us on VATSIM. So all of the big white borders on SimAware are radar controllers, and as we zoom in we can see all of the aircraft. So that massive line of aircraft here, tons of aircraft heading from Gatwick and Heathrow all the way to Rovaniemi, Tromsø and Kilita. There's a couple there.
75 or less.
You can see how busy Heathrow and Gatwick are. Wow. Heathrow is rammed.
Lufthansa 99912, 131.05.
Manchester, where we departed from, that looks very, very busy as well.
Sweden, this is Lufthansa 99912 on 131.05.
So we are somewhere. You can see Oslo as well. There's lots of aircraft on the ground at Oslo. There's 3 aircraft there going to Rovaniemi.
010, also call me on 131.050.
Roger, 131.050.
There's us. Finnair 63 Tango, A32NX, Manchester to Rovaniemi, flight level 350. There's my mate Graham, a few miles ahead. And you can see there that we are going on to Sweden control, so we'll be passed to another frequency shortly, most likely. And if we go all the way up to Rovaniemi, small airport, there's 1 on the ground at the moment.
Ascot 0 and 0, with you.
Ascot 0 and 0, roger. EC1875, Mach decimal 79 or greater.
William, welcome back.
Hey,
We had a few issues with some
some
lag on the stream earlier, which is a little frustrating, but I think we've got over it. I think I've linked it to it being an issue with Navigraph, bizarrely. I think Navigraph was starting to take too much data, and therefore the stream started to lag and suffer. So hopefully we've fixed it for now. So I've just gone on to control our speed a bit more because we are miles ahead of some other aircraft in the queue, which is great. We'll be straight in and we'll get a stand. And hopefully we'll start to get some busy airspace around us as we get closer. Still quite a while to go though. The nav display currently is set to 320 nautical miles. And you can see here we've got 442 miles to go. So it's around about 1 hour. If I dare, when we get closer, I'll pop Navigraph back on as well, just to look at the charts. Although if it starts to cause lag again, then I'll drop Navigraph off. So, Matthew, so you're trying to install Unreal Weather.
Lufthansa 90912, route direct MISMO.
Lufthansa 90912, direct MISMO.
One thing that you need to do is
2635, contact Bode 118.
There's actually a JavaScript file within the Unreal Weather mod that you need to go in and alter, but you need to sign up to
Sweden
something
Control,
called
Merry Christmas, Easy X-Ray Mike 4 Sierra with you, flight level 350,
wow.
Inbound Sierra Uniform November.
We've got a message, by the way, so I'm just going to have a little look, see who sent us a message.
X-Ray Mike 4 Sierra, Sweden, Merry Christmas.
Skyway 618. Oh, Ian, thank you very much. When was that sent?
DC X-Ray Mike 4 Sierra, you may route direct Besla.
just send him a text back.
Easy X-ray Mike 4 Sierra, route direct Bestla.
Direct to Bestla, easy X-ray Mike 4 Sierra.
Santa 14 Alpha, contact Helsinki 124.2. Goodbye.
Matthew, if you go onto that website, there's and you click through it, there's part of it that gives you a walkthrough basically of how to install Unreal Weather. There's an account you need to set up with the different website that pulls metadata for you.
Santa 14 Alpha, Sweden.
And you have to link a key chain from that into a JavaScript file to enable it basically. So it takes a bit of tinkering.
So 14 Alpha, thank you very much and good afternoon.
Facility, that's good to hear. The A330 I know has caused a lot of problems for a lot of people. It was ported from FSX but done very poorly and was ripped without permission from the initial creator, so it's not supported by a lot of things and it's fallen very far behind with the stable, so a lot of it isn't compatible anymore. So it's usually the A330 that's the problem, so I'm glad that's fixed for you. And yeah, Matthew, you can send messages via the data link, so for that you need to go onto the MCDU menu and you need to check in options that you have free text and it says disable. If it says enable, click that button there and then agree to the warning. You need to make sure that your flight number is input. So for us today we're Finnair 63 Tango as our call sign, but we could put in an actual flight number if we wanted, but I can't remember off the top of my head what Finnair's is. Yeah, I can't remember, but then depending on what that is you can just go into MCDU menu, ATSU, AOC menu, and within here you can request ATIS information. You can send messages by free text to call signs. You can read messages on received. For ATIS information, because I've just seen EFRO has got ATIS again, we'll go ahead and just re-request that and see if that works. We're getting a little closer now anyway, so we can get an idea of what weather we're going to see.
1775, call me back 131.050.
131, that's no 050, to just 1775.
Lufthansa 9912, when ready, descend flight level 210.
So if you have a message, company message appears in ECAM,
when ready, descending flight level
and within that AOC menu of MCDU, ATSU, AOC, go on to receive messages, and you can view digital ATIS. So ATIS at Rovaniemi Airport.
Sweden, Twijet 1775.
Arrival departure information Mike at 1450 Zulu with ILS approach, expected runway 21 in use. Transition level of 60, wind 150 at 4 knots. Visibility 6 kilometers, but overcast clouds at 200 feet. That is really low. Temperature -8 degrees, dew point -9 degrees, QNH 1018. And it tells us there's an automatic weather report and information Mike to be given on first contact. So you can do all of this in the MCDU on the A32NX, which is quite cool. Stance, so if they don't have a 787 but they're on VATSIM or whatever else, or the standard multiplayer in the sim, then you basically display, you get displayed as whatever the nearest possible match is going to be. So
EG1875, flight direct MISMO.
if that is a A320neo, then you'll appear as an A320neo, but it doesn't really matter what you appear as to other people. At least for me, I don't mind. I don't really think about how I appear to other people. The livery that we're in today, for example, if people don't have this one installed, they won't see me in this, but you guys will in the stream, and I can. But I'm not too worried about what other people can see. But if they have a Finnair livery of some sort installed, then they will be displayed. I'll be displayed to them as some sort of Finnair aircraft. So that's roughly how it works. But yeah, Microsoft Flight Simulator still it still gets things wrong sometimes. But if you have a Quality Wing 787, you'll have a study level Dreamliner that you can enjoy operating in the sim. So it will be well worth it. And try not to think about what other people in the sim can see you as. So don't worry too much about that. For those of you with Photoshop experience and knowledge of creating DDS files and things like that, you can actually change this plaque with the A32NX. So you can go through, there's a customizable file. You can go ahead and get that and amend that to whatever you want it to be. So if I wanted to, and I had the knowledge to, I could actually stick my channel logo in here if I wanted to, and a quick little like a registration number or something, and I could save it and put it into the sim, into the A32NX folder myself, so that this displays as whatever I want it to set at. Oni, very good question. Basically, the way that the sim works, for some reason at the moment, the sharpening is quite off. So, for some reason, even with a lot of settings set to high, all of this doesn't tend to work that well. So it still does seem pixelated at times. Dockers, thank you very much. That's good to hear. Keep your eye open on the channel for some other model matching related announcements that may come soon. I'm working with FSLTL, and they're basically creating loads of models for Microsoft Flight Simulator. I can't really talk too much about it, but in effect, I've got a complete I've got a new file generated basically, so it'll be one file linked to one massive folder of models, and it will give us everything we need offline and online as well. So that's definitely something to watch out for. ATC don't actually see us in the air physically, Stance. Yeah, they just see the radar screen, as Dockers is saying, as Dockers has mentioned. So on VATSIM they use a different piece of software, and it's basically a massive radar screen covering their sector, and they can just see icons of aircraft on the map, on their radar map, and they can click on it and it'll expand with information. So we might see, the controllers might see our call sign, aircraft type, our CELCAL code, and our route as well. And as we've seen earlier in the stream, a couple of flights on the way in have already had their routes amended to try and facilitate traffic going into the airport, which we can see actually is just over, or just under 360 miles away now. So MISMO and NEMGU, NEMGU is the start of our arrival as star. So as we get a bit closer towards maybe Umlag, we'll start to look at the charts and look to plan for our descent. I've actually gone and installed a, as I said at the start of the stream, there's, thanks to VATSIM Scandinavia, somebody's gone and created scenery bespoke for Microsoft Flight Simulator that covers Rovaniemi, Tromsø, and a few other airports around Norway and Finland and a few other places. So we're going to get our first look at the freeware Rovaniemi scenery as well, which would be quite cool. I know Graham, who's in the Thomas Cook flight ahead, he flew in a little while ago, and the Autogen airport was particularly poor. So hopefully this new scenery is going to be quite good. Matthew, I know before I started this stream I re-updated my A32NX with the next testing file that I need to test for the project, but I realised I forgot to take the A32NX folder from inside the other A32NX folder out of it. So if I clicked into A32NX, into that folder there was another one labelled A32NX, and the inner folder is what you want to make sure is in your community folder. So if you've got the double, then it won't work. So I realised when I spawned in initially before the stream started, I quickly realised in the community folder I'd not actually taken the internal A32NX folder out. So I had to log off. I had to
Just 1775 reduced further mark decimal 73.
I had to disconnect from VPilot,
0.78, British 1775.
exit the sim completely, and then extract that folder out into the community folder, because I'd realised I'd got an extra layer in there that I shouldn't have done. And then I spawned back in, it was fine.
Lufthansa 9912, please commence your descent. Now flight level 210.
Lufthansa 9912, leaving now flight level 370.
And Lufthansa 9912, contact Helsinki 124.2.
Echo, hello, welcome.
124.2, Lufthansa 9912.
Just having a look on VATScan, which is a
Hello.
free app for Android, just to see where we are in relation to a lot of other traffic. So there's a couple of aircraft ahead of us flying into EFRO from Dusseldorf. 2 or 3 flights from Dusseldorf actually. There's one from Heathrow that's landing soon. And there's a couple of aircraft on the ground actually. If I zoom on in, there's about 3 or 4 aircraft on the ground at Rovaniemi. Quite a few flying in from Baku and a few other places. St. Petersburg actually, by the looks of it, potentially, if that's if I'm correct. And of course the traffic from the traffic flying in from the UK is immense. So if I go on to SimAware again, especially for you Stonners, so you can see how busy the network is. There you go.
EC1875, when ready, descend flight level 210.
So there is literally...
And maintain Mach decimal 79er, and on conversion speed 300 knots or greater.
There is literally a line of aircraft coming from the UK all the way to this Fly to Santa event. There's a group of aircraft up here as well. Loads at Helsinki that are about to go up and fly north. And there's us. A couple of aircraft there, so that one there is flying in. It looks like it'll be joining the star roughly the same time as us, or just before. And there's a few ahead as well from Dusseldorf. And then as we can see if we zoom in, there's a few on the ground at Rovaniemi as well. So the VATSIM events are always quite busy. And I'm just trying to look on VPilot to see what we might be calling up next. But it's hard to tell because there's now 4 Swedish Centre call signs on, so we'll just have to wait and see what we're being told. But effectively, if we hear the Thomas Cook 633, which is a few miles ahead of us, if we get told, if we hear them get told to switch to a certain frequency, then we know that we'll be doing the same. So Matthew, the TICAS
633, call me back on 131.050.
Okay, so we'll be changing to that soon as well. So the TICAS fault, it will say that in the ECAM.
Calling you back. Could you say the frequency again for Thomas?
But you need to make sure that that's set
131
off standby. So flick that across to TA or TARA, and
131.050.
that will fix that.
633.
Your wind shear, predicted wind shear, it's going to be that one there, and so if they don't move at all, then it appears that I'll write it in the chat as it's a little easier.
Sweden Control, Thomas Cook 633 with you, flight level 370.
Thomas Cook 633, roger.
Flight RA, having issues when descending after activating the approach mode in MCDU. Try and explain a little more in the live chat what sort of issues you might be having, and let's see, having issues when descending after activating the approach mode. Yep. Yeah, let me know, try and explain a little bit more what the issue might be. Is it the vertical speed that's the issue for you, Flight RA, or is it data within the MCDU or anything like that?
Confirm with Tomjet 3618. Tomjet 3618, Sweden identified.
Matthew, I'm just going to get you a link. Try and install this to see if it helps. This is a direct link to the A32NX. Just bear with me while I find it. So this is the unstable master branch pre-release. So click that and download from there. You click it, it should just be a direct download, so you'll have a zip already downloading if you click that in the live chat. And extract it, but click into the folder, because there's an A32NX folder within the A32NX folder that you'll see, and you want the internal one. Cut that or copy that and paste it into your community folder. But before you do that, go to the community folder and delete the A32NX folder that you've got inside the sim already. So completely delete that one and then reinstall a new one fresh. And let me know if that fixes it. That should do. If not, then
63 Tango, contact Sweden on 131.050. Goodbye.
Contact Sweden 131.050. Finnair 63 Tango. Thank you. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Sweden Control, Finnair 63 Tango, flight level 350 inbound Lukig.
Finnair 63 Tango, Sweden, hello, identified.
Cool, new controller.
Jet 1775, descend now, flight level 150, fly, heading 010.
Flight RA, aircraft remains at the current altitude
and heading 110
and refuses to descend. Yeah, so it doesn't have a proper VNAV system implemented yet, and if you just descend using
Control, good evening,
that,
21 Mike,
and you click down,
flight level 260, 300,
it just puts you into open descent, which ordinarily would be okay, and you'd get open descent on the PFD. But the problem there is in Microsoft Flight Simulator it doesn't control that open descent properly, or the open climb either for that matter. So every time you climb or descend you have to set your altitude and then monitor it with vertical speed. So you'd set your altitude and then you'd change the vertical speed and you'd set the vertical speed mode to help you descend. But have a look, because we've now got constraints built into the sim itself. One other thing,
Jet 1775, turn left heading 010.
one other thing to look out for is altitude constraints. So you might have
just make sure 010.
on a couple of waypoints ahead of you an erroneous or a broken constraint. So it might say flight level 350. Let's see if we've got there we go. So MIGPO, we've got a constraint of 10,000 feet, and at ECNOM, but there's actually an error with decel flight level 350. So look out for those, and VECIB, look, so VECIB 350 as well, that's very broken, because it's basically making us jump between the 3 or 4 different altitudes. So the aircraft, if you're just in open descent, by selecting that dial, it won't let you descend because it thinks that your next altitude is going to be flight level 350, which is above the previous one. So it's a few things with the simulator that are broken.
And make it a 131.6, please.
131.6, 175, thanks, bye-bye.
Matthew, let's try again.
Thomas Cook 633, direct MISMO.
Direct MISMO for Thomas Cook 633.
Echo, I will be making one at some point, but I need to get my head around. I need to get my head around that anyway myself. It's a little bit of a. Apparently, it's easier than it seems, but it's a little far-fetched for me.
1775, descent flight level 210.
Descent flight level 210 to Jet 1775.
But yeah, as FlightRAS said, Aviation Pro has got quite a good oceanic tutorial video that I'll probably be watching myself.
3 Tango, direct MISMO.
Direct MISMO, Finnair 63 Tango. So let's go direct. So now we're cutting those out. Let the aircraft sort itself out. There we go, and we've cleared the other waypoints. Direct to MISMO now. Yeah, there are FlightRAD. There are 3 on the website, but if you click the link above that I've sent to Matthew, you should be able to see it in the live chat. If you click that link, it will just download the very latest zip file for the dev version. Yeah, Aviation Sim. Yeah, the updated stable will be coming soon.
1775, direct MISMO.
050, but the next stable version will have the electronic flight board and a lot of other things implemented, so it might still be a little way off yet. There'll be a lot of testing to do in the meantime. So for now, the best one is just using the dev version, as we all are currently. Not got too far to go now, about 200 miles to run.
1775 and speed 270 knots.
Well, I don't personally use the A330. it shouldn't have been shared in the first place, so I'm not going to download it or use it in any streams.
Jet 1775, report your speed to Helsinki Control 124.2, bye-bye.
Jet 1775, please repeat.
Jet 1775, report your speed to Helsinki Control 124.2.
Matthew, yes.
Helsinki on 124.2 and reporting speed to Jet 1775, bye.
There we go. I'll put it in the live chat 'cause it's just a bit easier to explain. But yeah, basically with that zip link I've just sent you guys for the very latest master version, you take the A32NX folder that's inside that, inside the initial one that you can see, and you put that into your community folder. So you'll open the zip, you'll extract it, and there'll be a folder called A32NX. Double click that, and inside that there's another folder called A32NX, and that's the one you want to put into your community folder. And hopefully that will work for you, Matthew. Let me know. It certainly should do.
21 Mike Romeos, make a rate of 1,000 feet per minute or more until flight level 380, please.
I'm just going to go ahead and get the charts from my Discord server for EFRO ready.
Flight level 380, Skyway 21 Mike.
So Navigraph uses the Jepson charts, and the bot that is on my Discord server
633, when ready, descend, flight level 210.
uses the same.
When ready, descend, flight level 210. For
Wow, we're descending already. So I can show you guys window capture. So compared to Navigraph that we saw earlier, this is just the charts from my server. They're the exact same, but free. The only thing is it's one massive document, so you have to trawl through and try and find them, but we can still see that we've got that NEMGU 1 Charlie arrival that we're going to be flying in via MIGPO, sorry, and then up to Vekip. But we'll be vectored the whole way by ATC, so nothing too much to worry about. There's loads of different stars and things for us to look at. Got the ground charts as well there, and some parking charts. And our ILS approach plates. We'll be ILS Zulu, runway 21, but that's the one we want there on the right hand side. We want that category 2 ILS. And we can see at the bottom here, if I zoom in for you guys, we've got our straight in landing runway 21, category 2 ILS, and depending on our weight and our arrival approach speeds, depends on whether we're a category C aircraft or a category D aircraft. Just have a quick look at the performance page while I'm thinking about it. It's saying 136 for the approach speed, so that we would be category C, and therefore we'd have our rad out of a 120 foot for decision height. Well, decision height is here 710 for the MDA, which is the altitude, or 100 foot as the DH. So we'd go ahead and use that input there. And we can see there we've got that glide slope intercepting the ILS from 2,400 feet. We've already got the ILS frequency input, and we can see that the course is 206 degrees. And interestingly, it says special aircrew and aircraft certification required. So I wonder if that's because it's a particularly complicated approach. We've got a 4 degree glide slope, I think it is. Where was it? Oh, 3 degree glide slope. So there's multiple ways we can obtain the charts really. We can look at those sort of free options, or we can get Navigraph. Navigraph is the same as what I've just showed you guys, but it's easier, and as FlightRAR says, ChartFox as well, which is what I have been using for most of the time actually, up until today. Up until today I've always used ChartFox, and we're giving Navigraph a go today. How short is the runway? Very good question. I haven't looked. 3,002 metres. So quite short actually. Yeah, 3,002 metres it says. I'll see if I can find any other charts. No. Madness, yeah, tiny runway then, if that's the case. And a very small area on the ground as well for us to park at. There's only a couple of stands, 20 or so stands for us to use. Mako Simulations, hello, welcome, thanks for tuning in. We had a fantastic departure out of your Manchester Airport scenery. And for any of you guys in the live chat that haven't got it already, the link for that is in the description, so I highly recommend purchasing that while it's on early access, because it is really good. Matthew, yeah, send me a picture in Discord. William, I was hoping I could get to 1,000 before Christmas. That was going to be my target, but it's quite a way away still. So I'll estimate 1,000 for February and 700 for Christmas, hopefully. I've got quite a bit of annual leave coming up over Christmas, so I'm going to be churning some live streams for things. And as always, guys, if there are certain routes that you want me to do in a live stream, then comment on the Discord server and let me know what you'd like to see there. And there's a couple of polls under the content suggestions channel as well for people to get involved in and vote for your preferred piece of content that you might want to see next. EFRO, is EFRO the biggest airport in the north? I'm not sure. Tromsø is certainly stunning, so I can highly recommend flying into Tromsø in the simulator. It's right against the fjords, so you get a really scenic departure and arrival actually for that matter. First time we're actually going to be arriving into Rovaniemi though, so that'd be really good. Echo, the 757, so the only thing I've heard is that I've got onto their quality testing team, but as I look at it from a distance, well, I've been told that a lot of the lead developers for the 757 are 12, 13 years old, and don't actually know how to use Blender apparently. So this is what I've been told before. So I'm not really sure if it'll ever happen, to be honest. I was receiving a few messages from somebody yesterday that was telling me a lot of information about the parallel simulations team. So now I'm very uncertain as to whether or not it will ever be completed. The estimated time that they gave of was it Q2 or Q3 of 2021? It's just nonsense. They don't know when it's going to be completed, or even if it will be ready in that time for testing. So all they're doing really is throwing a date out there.
6633, contact Helsinki Control 124.2, bye-bye.
All they're doing is putting a message out to try and keep people on their server, I think, more than anything else.
63 Tango, when ready, descend flight level 210.
Descend flight level 210 when ready, Finnair 63 Tango. So, starting our descent now. No, yeah, no, it doesn't sound too good. I had really high hopes for the 757 project, but having been told a few things yesterday, I don't think it'll happen now. I think it's a lot of hype. Matthew, I'll have a little look, and I'll get back to you once I've had a bit of a think with it. Painey, I know you're here somewhere. Welcome. Floating in the background like the grey man. And aviation simulation, yeah. Bristol's 2,060 metre runway, and as you said, TUI are operating 787s to Florida and other places from there, so we should be good. It's certainly nowhere near as short as Skiathos, which we've flown into in the sim already. That runway length was 1,500 metres, so it's certainly long enough. A3220 aviation sim, good question. Any news on it? There's been absolutely no news whatsoever in relation to the freeware version. The only thing I can... Matthew, I'm just looking at your photograph. The A220...
and can give you 6 minutes, but that time you have to be back for the frequency change.
The Whiskey Simulations one, there was something announced on FS Elite 2 days ago, and that sounded very promising. It sounded very, very promising indeed.
Sweden, Merry
but
Christmas,
be payware.
X-ray Mike 4 Sierra with you, inbound to MISMO, flight level 350.
Matthew, it looks like... in fact, let me show you.
Sierra, Sweden, hello, identified.
So have a little look at your overhead panel and see if this light here is set to...
X-ray Mike 4
no, not that one, sorry.
Report your map number, please.
See if this one is on bright, because then you get everything illuminate.
X-ray Mike 4 Sierra, increase Mach decimal 78, please.
Increase to Mach decimal 78, easy for X-ray Mike 4 Sierra.
So I'm just going to put it back onto managed speed, because as we descend we have to manually change the Mach number, because as we descend the air gets thicker, and therefore that Mach number, if we left it set at 076 or Mach 76, oh good grief, there we go. That's what happens with open descent. It's very broken. Good grief. There we go, got that back. As you descend, the Mach stays the same, but the airspeed that's relative to it in knots increases. So be careful of having a manually selected Mach number if you're descending. Echo, good question. Do I have any experience of in real life flying? About 10-15 years ago, I spent about 5 or 6 years flying small aircraft, light aircraft. Spent 3 years as an instructor, teaching people the basics of flight in a light aircraft, but certainly nothing on the scale of an airliner, as much as I wish I had. Flight Radar, how do I download the A320 with the link? How old am I? Just shy of 30, Stance. So there's still some issues with the pixelation of the clouds, where for some reason it looks at it and goes, okay, well I need to add sharpness to some of these clouds, and in doing so it makes it very pixelated. But you can see, as we on the left hand side here, the cloud looks amazing. Looks like we're going to be flying into some high level cloud at around 20,000 feet by the looks of it. And 120 miles away now, so we are getting quite close. I'm just going to have a quick look at the charts again, guys, just to refresh my expectations of the charts. NEMGU 1 Charlie is what we're planning for, passing NEMGU at or above flight level 100. Inbound MIGPO, then it's head north 026 degrees. And we'll be given descent vectors to Vekip, where we have to be at or above 2,500 feet with a max speed of 240 knots. And then we're turning right for our initial approach fix for finals. Runway 21 will be a category 2 ILS, and very low vis 200-foot overcast clouds as we saw in the
63 Tango, contact Helsinki Control 124.2, bye-bye.
Helsinki 124.2 for Finnair 63 Tango. Merry Christmas, thank you for your services. Switch 1242, is it?
1775, reduce speed 160 knots, still 4 miles.
So Helsinki Control.
0 knots onto 4 miles, 2Jet1775.
Skies 292 stone, report altitude passing.
And we're inbound direct MISMO.
Skies 292 7, radar contact, climb flight level 300.
Level 300, good.
4 Romeo Kilo, contact Helsinki Control 121.3, here got that, Merry Christmas. 121.3, Finnair 4 Romeo Kilo, Merry Christmas.
Helsinki Control, good evening. Finnair 63 Tango, inbound direct to MISMO, descending through flight level 256 for flight level 210.
Finnair 63 Tango, Helsinki Control, Huelta, Merry Christmas. Clear NEMGU 2 Charlie arrival, expect ILS Zulu, runway 21.
Merry Christmas, expect NEMGU 2 Charlie and ILS 21, Finnair 63 Tango.
Finnair 9 Papa Echo, when ready, descend flight level 100.
When ready, flight level 100, Finnair 9 Papa Echo.
DC 1875, on the runway, 100% dry snow, 2 millimeters, friction coefficient 626363, wind Rovaniemi 150 degrees, 4 knots, 100% high intensity lights on, runway 21, clear to land.
Wow. That is a lot of information for warnings and things. Where is NEMGU 2 Alpha? We want 2 Charlie. Just flicking through some charts again.
Control, good day, Austrian 26 Delta.
Austrian 26 Delta, Helsinki Control, Hivelta, pass message.
So I'm going to have to open Navigraph.
Austrian 26 Delta.
Hopefully we don't cause issues with
Austrian 26 Delta,
lag.
you clear to Wien, runway 12, after departure, direct to
Echo, definitely
Yankee Sun,
keep the dream.
Flight level 360.
It can be very disappointing sometimes, and you can find yourself, it could get very expensive, and the sheer expense of it is what stopped me.
Vienna, runway 12.
And I still hate the fact that I'm not a real pilot.
And 1776 Austrian 26 Delta.
Austrian 26 Delta, clearance correct. Met report for Kusuma is available. Report ready to copy.
Ready to copy, Austrian 26 Delta.
So let's re-review.
Austrian 26 Delta, thank you. Met report for Kusuma. Time 1550
Navigraph.
degrees. Automatic MESTAR. Wind 180 degrees, 4 knots. Visibility 5
NEMGU 2 Charlie.
Light freezing
Up to
drizzle,
Vekip and then vectored round for
400 feet.
ILS 21.
Overcast cloud 2,700 feet. Temperature minus 7 degrees Celsius. Dew point minus 8 degrees Celsius. QNH 1018. Transition level 60. Rolling out.
So we need to make sure we get that ATIS information. We start to input that now. So I'm going to have a little look on vPilot for our ATIS.
Austrian 26 Delta. Startup is approved. Report ready for taxi.
Is the green top green code button on the link? Not quite sure what you mean there. Flying through some cloud now as well.
633, descent flight level 80.
Flight level 80 for Thomas Cook 633.
With the
A32NX, continue approach number 2.
It shouts at us if we don't have data in for our arrival in time. It will tell us. So EFRO ATIS information
Windmill 7 Lima India, descent flight level 80.
Descent level
Runway
80,
21,
wind
transition
7
level 60. Let's go ahead and put some of this in, shall we? So 60 for transition. Wind 150 at 4 knots.
Helsinki Control, hello again. Lufthansa 99913, information Oscar, ready for startup.
Temperature -8.
63 Tango, descent flight level 100.
I think that was us.
Finnair 63 Tango, descent flight level 100.
Apologies, descend flight level 100, Finnair 63 Tango.
Lufthansa 99913, Helsinki Control, Hjulta, cleared to Frankfurt.
We saw on the charts that we want 100 foot on the rad out for decision height. And the QNH 1018.
300, squawk 6053.
So there we go. Now that's complete, we the aircraft stops giving us that enter destination orange warning on the scratch pad. And I'm going to go ahead actually now and go back onto live METAR with Unreal Weather. So we're going to break it and give it a minute to sort itself out.
Roger, initial climb 4,000 feet, Lufthansa 99913.
Lufthansa 99913, clearance correct. QNH Rovaniemi 1018, information Oscar. QJet 1775, wind Rovaniemi 180 degrees, 3 knots. 100% high intensity light on, runway 21, clear to land.
Runway 21, clear to land, QJet 1775.
This is 1875, welcome to Rovaniemi, land time 19, taxi to A32NX Tango, your gate is number 9.
Taxi at Tango, gate number 9, easy 185, thank you very much.
It's a shame we're not flying the 757 in with a TUI
633, continue descent up to 2,500 feet. QNH Rovaniemi 1018.
Britannia Airways colours. That's when I went to Lapland, and the days of Britannia Airways on a 757-200.
633.
Marshall 7 Whiskey, contact speed and control 131.050. Merry Christmas.
Contact Sweden Control 131.050 for North 7 Whiskey, Merry Christmas to you too.
Finnair 63 Tango, clear direct to VATSIM.
Cleared direct to VATSIM, Finnair 63 Tango. I'm just having a look at your
7 Lima India, continue descent altitude 2,500 feet. QNH Rovaniemi 1018.
Descent altitude 2,500, QNH 1018, wind 7 Lima India.
Helsinki, good evening, this is Finnair 5 Papa November, flight level 360.
Finnair 5 Papa November, Helsinki Control, Hjulta. Cleared Netix 2 Charlie arrival, expect ILS Zürich, runway 21.
Matthew, I'll just replied to you on
Finnair 5 Papa November.
Why is that still...
Windmill 7 Lima India, speed 220 knots or less.
Speed 220 or less, windmill 7 Lima India.
Thomas Cook 633, maintain speed 240 knots or greater.
So that should have wiped.
240 or greater for Thomas Cook 633.
QJet 1775, located runway 21.
QJet 1775, welcome to Rovaniemi, land time 21, taxi by Bravo to
hopefully Echo, all well and good, you'll be able to get training and things with them again.
QJet 1775, thank you for your service.
Merry Christmas.
One thing we need to watch out for now, guys, is this little bug that appears to have hit the sim with the direct to.
99913, ready for pushback.
So we've been told direct to VATSIM, which is the very end of the star, so we're actually skipping the star completely.
99913, roger, push and start up at 3 feet.
And
caution, there will be a 2E737-800.
we need to make sure that the aircraft doesn't suddenly decide to go to a different waypoint. Or try and turn back on ourselves.
Lufthansa 99913. Thomas Cook 633, 5 VATSIM, cleared ILS.
Wow.
Right, VATSIM, report low closure established, runway 21. Thomas Cook 623.
What was he doing then? I hope he's fixed his microphone. that was deafening. That was absolutely deafening. So hopefully I'm keeping an eye on that sun, because I've tried to time it in the sim so that we arrive as the sun is sort of starting to go down, because there is very limited sun in Norway or in Finland at this sort of latitude, longitude anyway.
Windmill 7 Lima India, speed 180 knots.
Snow depth is coming in there, guys, showing 22.7, which is interesting. So that's telling us that there is going to be some snow generated on the ground, and it's going up 22.8 centimetres, that is. So as we get closer, and we can actually see, if we're looking down, we've got patches of snow getting generated into the sim now. So perhaps Unreal Weather is actually going to feed this into us. And coming up to 10,000, pop the landing lights on. Realistically, it's very cold, but we'll probably get...
623, is the speed restriction now cancelled?
Frustrating icing issues.
Thomas Cook 633, apologies, yes, no ATC speed restrictions.
Roger, Thomas Cook 633.
Finnair 5 Papa November requesting descent.
Look at that.
Finnair 5 Papa November, descent flight level 100.
Flight level 100, 5 Papa November.
If you guys reach top of descent on flight on VATSIM, then just request, like that guy just did, say request descent or ready for descent. Keeping an eye on this like a hawk now, because I'm paranoid it will go wrong.
Lufthansa 90913, thank you. Taxi right, Tango, hold Echo, runway 21.
Was the ILS still good?
Taxi via Tango, holding Echo, runway 21, Lufthansa 90913.
And we've got 21 programmed. Good. Loads of fuel left, still got 5 tons.
Windmill 7 Lima India, speed 160 knots, still 4 miles. Fire tut, cleared ILS series, runway 21. Report localizer established.
Via Tutut,
it's going us at 136 approach speed now.
21, report,
how's that snow cover coming on? 24.3, so it's slowly creeping up.
Windmill 7 Union.
And Thomas Cook 633, maintain speed 180 knots, till 60 ME.
180 till 60 ME, Thomas Cook 633.
Finnair 63 Tango, maintain speed 240 knots or greater, descent flight level 80.
240 knots or greater, descent flight level 80, Finnair 63 Tango.
Finnair Nana Papa Echo, speed 260 knots or less.
260 knots or less, Finnair 9 Papa Echo.
So there's a load of aircraft around us, so the controller is managing speed, vectors, and everything else, so that we don't all clash, because we're all flying in at the same time. But that's actually bits of snow now starting to become visible. What I might do though is I might turn this up as we get a bit closer, because I'm pretty sure the snow should be more sort of like up here. It's not going to let us now, is it? We'll see how it goes.
Helsinki Control, Finnair 933 at flight level 360.
Finnair 533, Helsinki Control, Huelpa, Merry Christmas. Cleared Nepix 2 Charlie arrival, expect ILS runway 21.
Nepix 2 Charlie arrival for the ILS 21, Finnair 533, Merry Christmas.
If ever you go through the cloud in the sim, make sure you've got all of your icing packs on. because otherwise it can cause a real problem for you. And I'm going to go ahead and activate approach phase as we're getting close now. We're about 30-40 miles away now, so we're quite close. Add a ton of snow. Lots of snow. So, when did this get pulled in?
Thomas Cook 633, confirm you're establishing, you look to be turning to the wrong direction.
Thomas Cook 633 just became localized established.
Thomas Cook 633, roger, wind Rovaniemi 150 degrees 4 knots.
We'll see what happens there then.
Dry snow. Friction
I've just
coefficient
forced
626363.
lots of snow.
Lights on, runway 21, clear to land.
Clear to land, runway 21, Thomas Cook 633.
So that's my mate Graham already cleared to land.
Finnair 63 Tango, continue descent altitude 5,000 feet, QNH Rovaniemi 1018.
Descend 5,000 and Rovaniemi QNH 1018 to Finnair 63 Tango.
Finnair Nana Papa Echo, descent flight level 80, speed 220 knots or less.
So you've still got that speed restriction of 240 knots in place, and we're now on a local QNH. What I might do is just tweak this time a little bit. Actually, we'll leave it live. We'll leave it on that. So we're gonna get a bit of daylight as we come in. The sun barely creeps above the altitude it's currently at.
Helsinki Control, Merry Christmas, Emerald 0183, view check.
So we've got approach mode set.
018 Helsinki Control,
All cool.
Merry Christmas, readability 5.
Through the cloud.
555. Emerald 018 requesting IFR clearance from Oulu to Gardermoen.
1337 will be next for us, which will be Rovaniemi Tower.
Roger, call you back. Lufthansa 99013, behind the landing Thomas Cook, Airbus A320 near, line up and wait, runway 21 behind.
Lufthansa 99013, behind landing Airbus A320, lining up runway 21 behind.
Windmill 7 Lima India, continue approach for runway 21, number 2. Surface correction on the runway, 100% dry snow, 2 millimeters, friction coefficient 626363.
God, are you guys hearing that?
Let's copy it, continue.
On the runway, 2 mil snow cover.
63 Tango, continue descent altitude 2,500 feet.
Continue descent 2,500 feet, Finnair 63 Tango.
Finnair Nana Papa Echo, descent to altitude 5,000 feet, QNH Rovaniemi 1018.
5,000 feet on the QNH 1018, Finnair 9 Papa Echo.
Emerald 018, Helsinki Control, hello. Cleared to Oslo Gardermoen, runway 12. Set up 4 Alpha departure, direct SUTEF, climb flight level 260, squawk 6212.
Actually, yeah, so we're going to remain with this guy for the remainder of the trip.
IFR to Gardermoen, out of runway you have 12, we are set up 4 Alpha and
Rovaniemi Airport.
Set up. Squawk is 6212, Emerald 018.
Emerald 018, clearance correct. Metroport for Oulu is available on the request.
We're going to have to wait for this to switch and update with the ATIS information.
Call you back, Finnair 533, when ready, descent flight level 100.
Lights are on, seatbelt signs are on. We'll turn the icing packs off as we get nearer to approach.
99013. On the runway, 100% dry snow, 2 millimeters, friction coefficient medium to good. Wind 150 degrees, 4 knots, runway 21, clear for takeoff.
Lufthansa 99013, roger, cleared for takeoff, runway 21.
Finnair 63 Tango, maintain speed 220 knots or greater. 5 Ekip, clear ILS Zulu, runway 21. Report localized established.
220 knots or greater and cleared ILS Zulu 21, report established, Finnair 63 Tango.
Passing greater, Malay 178, inbound, Epic flight level 350.
So, we want
Good evening.
Malay 1748, Helsinki control,
brake low,
Merry Christmas.
speed brake
Cleared
armed.
Atlantic 2 Charlie arrival, expect ILS Zulu, runway 21.
We'll put the speed brake out to help slow us down actually. Is it still changing?
Helsinki, hello, easy X-ray Mike 4 Sierra with you, flight level 210, speed 300 knots.
So if you click this, it forces the METAR just to pull in.
X-ray Mike 4 Sierra, Helsinki control, Huelta, Merry Christmas. Cleared NEMGU 2 Charlie arrival, expect ILS Zulu, runway 21, descent, flight level 100.
So now we've got the latest METAR built in.
Cleared NEMGU 2 Charlie
So you
arrival
can see down
for
there.
runway 21 Zulu and descent flight level 100,
Snow.
easy X-ray Mike 4
Let's
Sierra.
build some more snow.
Finland Papa Echo, reduce speed 180 knots.
180 knots.
Did you see thank you?
Finland 63 Tango, maintain speed 180 knots or greater till 60 ME.
180 knots or greater till 60 ME, Finnair 63 Tango. Good.
Finland Papa Echo, descent to altitude 4,000 feet, speed now 160 knots
So let's
or less
rearm that
until
spoiler.
4 miles.
We go flaps 1 now, and we need to be looking for turning right at Vekip and then into that ILS.
4 knots, runway 21, clear to land.
Graham, who landed a few minutes ago, said that the ILS kicked in very late.
Too fast, sir. I gave you 180 knots. Please reduce now 160 knots until 40 ME. If you need to stop the descent to lose the speed, please do so.
Somebody's being shouted at.
Roger, descent 4,000 feet, 160 until...
Stance, we are on live weather. So
5 Papa November, clear direct Eknon.
all of this outside is live weather, overcast 2,600 feet.
Lufthansa 9913, report altitude passing.
And light snow showers,
9913 passing.
but I've manually edited the snow depth to 70 centimetres there.
Radar contact, climb flight level 300, clear direct Son 2.
So you'll see all the snow outside.
9913, climbing flight level 300, direct Son 2.
He says.
Thomas Cook 603 requesting gate.
Thomas Cook 633, land
Bit snow on the ground through the murk.
taxi to the apron, gate number 8.
Gate number 8 for Thomas Cook 623.
Finland and Papa, I think we blocked each other. I'm actually for the ILS and the 160 until what Finland and Papa.
Finland Papa, negative not at the minute. Continue 5 Vekip.
He's given us a bit of a challenge because he's told us maintain 180 knots or greater until 4 DME.
Welcome to Rovaniemi. Land time 3-5. Taxi to
How's
apron
that?
5 Bravo. Your gate
Bit of medium weather for you. Medium auto brake.
Fire Bravo, gate 3, thanks for the service, Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Ground cover's not necessarily what it looks like, but the weather we see here now is the live METAR for what is visible at Rovaniemi. There's a load of snow. We're turning at Vekip. Snow through the windows. Lots of snow. I have forced the snow in.
018 ready for push and slide.
There was snow on the ground, but I've actually added more.
018 Helsinki, roger, push and start approved, QNH Auli 1019.
Push and start approved.
What is going on with this aircraft turning circle?
Finland Papa Echo,
Has it
reduce your
broken?
minimum speed, fly present heading.
Yes, it has broken.
Present heading and reduce...
Fantastic. So we're flying all of it manual.
Helsinki, hello, Silver Concorde 902, level 37.
Concorde?
Silver Concorde 9020 Helsinki control. Hello, Merry Christmas. Cleared Oslit 2 Charlie arrival. When ready, descent flight level 100.
It's nice to have a challenge, guys, isn't it?
Okay, Oslit 2 Charlie, when ready, descent
So,
flight level 100. And Merry Christmas to you.
It's all going a little wrong for us. Let's try and get our altitude back.
Papa Echo, expect radar vectors ILS, runway 21, descent altitude 2,500 feet.
Let's try, pop the autopilot back on, and I'm just going to activate approach mode to see what it does. Let's see.
Thomas Cook 633 shutting down, thank you very much, and goodbye.
Little rough on the localizer, but it's working.
Thomas Cook 633, thanks for flying, Merry Christmas.
For some reason, just then, it wasn't allowing.
Papa Echo, turn right heading 140 degrees.
It wasn't allowing us to continue beyond VECIP, oddly, so it had gone wrong. It was trying to keep us on the star.
63 Tango, on the runway, 100% dry snow, 2 millimeters, friction coefficient runway 21, 626363, wind 150 degrees, 3 knots, runway 21, cleared to land.
Cleared land, Finnair 63 Tango. So 100% snow cover, 2 millimeters.
Finnair 5 Papa November, no speed restriction, high speed is approved.
High speed approved.
There's the runway in the distance.
Finnair 5 Papa November, descent flight level 80.
Flight level 80, 5 Papa November.
Let's go gear down, shall we?
Easy X-ray, Mike 4 Sierra, clear direct to VECIP.
Direct to VECIP, easy X-ray Mike 4 Sierra.
Finnair 533, clear direct Tango Uniform, Tango Uniform, Tango. I'll put it in text.
Let's see, where's that runway? There she is. So the ILS is actually bringing us in a little high, but that's looking okay.
Finnair 533, Helsinki.
New lighting that's been updated by the A32NX team.
AFM, route direct to Tut.
Okay, direct to 26, Finnair 53.
Finnair 9 Papa Echo, turn the right 180.
If you're new to the channel, please click that subscribe button down below as well.
Right 180 degrees, cleared.
And I'm just going to stay in the cockpit now for the rest of this so I can monitor everything. We obviously want flaps full. A couple of miles out now, so go full flaps.
Easy X-ray Mike 4 Sierra, descent flight level 80.
Descent flight level 80, easy Mike 4 X-ray Sierra.
And I'm going to go ahead and turn the engine icing off for performance, but I'll leave wing icing on. Coming up to 1000. Continue. Still good. Looking forward to seeing this new scenery. Slightly off the centre line by the looks of it. Or snow.
Finnair 9 Papa Echo, continue runway 21, number 2, on the runway, 100%
Our control.
snow, 2 millimeters, friction coefficient 626363.
Copy, number 2, Finnair 9 Papa Echo.
Oh, that's a little bit better. On the centre line, we've got gear down, signs are on, cabin's ready, spoilers are on, flaps are full. So we can see the that ILS is a little off. We're looking at the diamond on the primary flight display, and that's telling us we're actually under the glide slope, but we've got to...
Finnair 5 Papa November, continue descent altitude 5,000 feet, QNH Rovaniemi 1018.
Interestingly, we've got lots of
descending 5,000 feet, QNH
different figures, so the ILS puppies are still showing 3 white, which is odd.
Head up.
Retard.
Helsinki Emerald 018, ready to taxi.
Emerald 018, thank you. Taxi 5 Tango, hold Alpha, runway 12.
So go to manual braking.
Repeat please.
Taxi via Tango, hold Alpha,
This
runway
looks
12.
like our exit point.
Taxiing via Tango and holding point Alpha, runway 12, Emerald 018.
Finnair 63 Tango vacating hotel.
Finnair 63 Tango, welcome to Rovaniemi, land time 41, taxify Hotel Tango to the apron, gate number 7.
Gate number 7 and via Tango, Finnair 63 Tango.
Malef 1748, when ready, descend final for 180.
Let's clear the flaps.
Descend to flight 180, Malef 1748.
APU. There's that other aircraft flying in over in the distance, and I want to see where stand 7 is. Okay, good, it's right outside the terminal building, just the other side of that Lufthansa Dreamliner. So for some freeware scenery, this looks pretty nice. I'm not sure what the default version looked like on the sim.
Finland Papa was just coordinating. Wind to Rovaniemi 150 degrees, 3 knots, 100% high intensity lights on, runway 21, clear to land.
Stand number 7 is one of these.
Finland 533, continue descent, altitude 5,000 feet, QNH Rovaniemi 1018.
In fact, stand 7 should be that one.
Lufthansa 9913, contact Sweden Control 131.050.
Between these, lovely, that'll do us.
Lufthansa 99913, 131.050. Merry Christmas to you, bye bye.
So, turning into here, and hopefully we've got that APU.
Finland 5 Papa November, maintain speed 230 knots or greater.
230 knots or greater, Finland 5 Papa November.
Is the X-ray mic for
stand set, yep.
Speed 240 knots.
Glide slope's 3 degrees on the charts. This is stand 7. Not quite sure what's happened with this guy spawning in. I'll put a link to the description in the description for the scenery, if I've not done so already. APU is available. And we can turn that nose light off as well now. This is our stand. Appreciate I'm right up next to this Dreamliner, but he might have very different scenery to us.
Finland line, Papa Echo, Hotel.
Engine 1, Engine 2.
Finland
Echo, thank you.
Contact Rovaniemi radar 129.9, kiitos.
129.9, kiitos, morjens, Finnair 5 Papa November.
Moro, easy X-ray mic for Sierra, contact Rovaniemi radar 129.9 and the report the speed restriction, kiitos, Merry Christmas.
1290.9 report speed, easy X-ray mic for Sierra, goodbye.
Bye bye, Finnair 533, contact Rovaniemi radar 129.9.
Finnair there, just landed. I'm just going to get the link for you guys.
Radar 129.9, Finnair 523, Merry Christmas to you too. Bye bye.
For the airport scenery.
Finnair Papa Echo, welcome to Rovaniemi, land time 45, taxi right on Tango to the apron, gate number 8. Thanks for flying, Merry Christmas.
Right on Tango, system number 8. Thanks for your service and Merry Christmas, Finnair Papa Echo.
And we can turn our beacon off. And the wing lights. Seatbelt signs. So there we go. What I'm going to do is I'm going to
control.
Go invisible basically.
With you. Speed Mach decimal 80. Lufthansa 905.
So on VATSIM you can't just stay and hog, especially during an event. You can't stay and remain here. EFRO tower, both of those are on, and approach is on as well. Lots of different tower and things. We've got a delivery.
985 Helsinki control, cleared Nepix to Charlie.
So we'll just disconnect from VATSIM, and then I'm going to connect in shared cockpit mode, which is observer mode, and that basically means that we can see everything around us, but we are invisible to everybody else. And we want EFRO Tower 1187, who have now come online. So there's a load of aircraft flying in on the star in the distance through the cloud. There's one being vectored in. And has it pulled in? Yeah, so what it does, live weather, it just keeps pulling in and refreshing the METAR, so it removes the snow. I wonder if we can...
radio check.
Just going to have a little look, see if I can actually put this data in myself. So I'm going to take a picture of this screen and then click snow. So I can basically create our own preset. Precipitation 2.4, lightning 0, we'll just do -7, ISA -22, pressure 1018. And that was, I think, 80, wasn't it? We set that to. So I think that's a good little snow density for us. Oh, Zility, that's a good question. I'm not sure if the I'm not sure if anyone else can answer that actually. Is the Longitude a premium deluxe aircraft? Who else is on the ground? No one else.
Rovaniemi Tower Delta, Finnair 5 Papa November on final fully established ILS-T1.
Can I do the live weather like not custom?
November, Rovaniemi Tower, hello, wind 150 degrees at 3 knots, runway 21 clear to land.
So this is live weather.
Finnair 5 Papa November.
This is currently the weather in Rovaniemi, but what I've done is I've actually changed the snow depth because the METAR doesn't give us the snow depth on the ground. So this is the weather that we can see. And it's given us a light snow shower, as we can see as well. So this is the weather on the METAR, but I've put it as a preset because otherwise every 2 minutes Unreal Weather refreshes it, and then we lose the snow cover on the ground that we should be able to see, but can't. So this is the live weather, but I've then turned it into a preset custom, so it doesn't keep updating and wrecking the settings for us. So what I'll do is I'll leave it on in this view. Actually, I think it's probably a good one to use. I'll leave it at this view for the time being. Go closer. Yeah, let's see if I can zoom in for you. How's that? Stance. Yeah, the METAR says light snow showers, so yeah, it looks like it's about correct for what they've described. It's another Finnair on the ground. Interestingly though, again we can't see his gear for some reason. But the as we were landing earlier at Stance, the controller said 100% snow cover on the runway, 2 millimeters depth. So he's basically saying that there was complete snow cover. So I've tried to change the snow depth to replicate that, really. There's another aircraft coming in. He looks very high though.
5 Papa November T1 vacating.
Finnair 5 November, welcome to Rovaniemi taxi to stand of choice.
Stand of choice, kiitoksia Finnair 5 Papa November.
So we're invisible. We're invisible to them. So he might actually park onto our stand. That's definitely a missed approach. He's messed that up. There's another one coming in, about to enter downwind. And there's another star that heads over in this direction. There's the sun. And there's nobody on that star yet. There's one on finals there. Yeah, Stance basically would be expected to land as we did, and then you disconnect from the network. So there's no concerns or issues with blocking such a tiny airport up. And that's how the VATSIM events tend to work for these small ones anyway. So you can see already most of the stands are already filled up. Yeah, I didn't realise there were that many aircraft in the Premium Deluxe pack. Let's just get rid of that rotation speed a bit more to try and make it a bit smoother for you guys. It's like operating a CCTV camera. There's someone else just spawned in randomly there. So you can see it's already getting really busy. That's basically every stand taking up already. Matthew, thank you very much. I've only flown into Dubai once on the sim, and it was for the big VATSIM Gatwick to Dubai event that they did in this. I think it was early September, and that was the last time I flew in the Dreamliner, because it was so bad for VATSIM that I was bordering on needing to disconnect because it just wasn't able to handle basic inputs. See that light snow just sort of trickling around on the screen. Cool, hello, nice to see you tuning in from Sweden. Beautiful part of the world. Interestingly, he hasn't called up yet.
Opening tower, final for runway 21, Finnair 52.
There we go.
Finnair 533, Rovaniemi Tower, hello, winds 150 degrees, F3, runway 21, clear to land.
Clear to land, runway 21, Finnair 523.
That's quite a nice flight actually. They're showing about the issues with lag on the stream earlier, so I apologise for that. There was it appeared that Navigraph seemed to be gobbling up bandwidth for some reason, even though it shouldn't have been. So after about 2 minutes of closing that, it's figured itself out. As vPilot doing its strange buffer thing. And that Finnair flight's down. Another one on late downwind down there. Just gonna have a little look on SimAware. Just to see what. Oh my good grief! There is lots of aircraft coming in, all spaced a couple of minutes apart. So EFRO. What I'm going to do, guys, is I'm going to tune to EFRO approach.
Vacating Bravo, Finnair 533.
For now.
Finnair 533, welcome to Rovaniemi.
So now we're on approach. And that's potentially, there's two frequencies.
Tomjet 3618, right heading 120.
120 for time check 3618.
And this is where there is a lot of traffic.
3618, descent 2,500 feet.
Descent 2,500, time check 3618.
Speedbird 9020, descent to 3,500.
Stay south of 500, Speedbird 9020.
Shanix 2117, right heading 030, down to 5,000. Units 1018.
Right, so 30, 5,000 feet, 1018, Shanix 2117.
Easy for Sierra, reduce speed to 00 knots.
200 knots, easy for Sierra.
There's an aircraft just off in the distance there. We can see just right off in the distance some strobes. So give it about 5, 10, 15 minutes and it is going to be exceptionally busy here.
3618, right heading 150, correction 180, clear dollars.
Hope you enjoyed the video anyway, the actual flight over from Manchester.
Right 180, cleared ILS T1, so time 3618.
First time using Navigraph and I was quite impressed actually. It's quite a nice little program.
Good evening, Tomjet 8308, descending flight level 100 and the left turn 030 degrees.
Very good overlay, just the charts itself, I can obtain them for free anyway, so I only got it for the up-to-date AirAx.
Flight level 90, Tomjet 8308.
Once we get a few more coming in, we'll tune to tower and it'll be as constant as approach currently is. We won't see the Concorde, I'm afraid, Echo, because we don't have any models for it. Thanks for subscribing. Matthew, the next VATSIM tutorial...
2117, right heading 090, speed 200.
It's going to be...
Right 090, speed 200, Shanix 2117.
Descent and approach.
90, right heading 180, clear dollars, approach runway 21, report established.
And then the one after that will be landing.
180, establish localizer 21, report.
So this aircraft that's coming in soon will be a Concorde, but we won't be able to see it. So I think it's going to be a Dreamliner or something like that when we see it, or a 747 actually.
3618.
AFM 1187.
Yeah, Ian. Yeah, so I unlocked the brand new AirAx today. Good grief, there's no lights on.
Speedbird 9020, right heading 40 to establish and 2,500 feet, thank you.
Okay, 240 to re-establish.
Put your lights on.
Confirm 2,500.
Affirm.
2,500, 0 Concorde 9020.
And land. Wow. Yeah, it's probably the busiest it's ever been. even in real life. So Etihad, I think that's the one that was following us from Manchester. As we left Manchester, there was a Etihad Dreamliner.
117, right heading 140.
But someone let me know if you can see it on the radar.
Running 140, descend 2500, Chanix, 2117.
Easy for Sierra, turn left heading 320.
Left 320, easy for Sierra.
Let's tune to tower again, 118.7. Ryanair would have crashed it right on the very earlier part of the runway. They'd have smashed it down. Apparently you have to land the 737s quite hard.
3618, winds 160 degrees at 3 knots, runway 21 left land.
So that it knows it's landed, so the aircraft can sense it's landed. Where is she? There she is. She's the entire runway. You see nav lights through the cloud there. Loads of aircraft starting to come in, and soon it's going to be pretty constant, and people will be put into holds, and there might be some go-arounds and things like that. Echo, perfect. In that case, this is the guy that that we saw as we started to taxi ourselves for the journey. Cool, thank you for subscribing. Welcome to the channel.
Speedbird 9020, if you are on this frequency, winds 160 degrees at 3 knots, runway 21 left land.
Land 212, Concon 9020.
Tomjet 3618, welcome to Rovaniemi, tax to stand of choice.
Stand of choice, Tomjet 3618.
Good grief, where's he going?
Good evening, Channel 2117, 7.5 miles, runway 21.
Channel 2117 here, Rovaniemi Tower, hello, continue approach number 2.
Continue, Channel 2117.
And that's what the Concorde is supposed to be. It's paired it into a 777 with BA paint scheme. There's a Polish LOT aircraft down over there that's spawned in. What taxi issues are you having, Flappy Boy? I haven't experienced any myself yet.
79020 vacated.
Speedway 9020 TAC, welcome to Rovaniemi taxi to stand number 6.
Stand 6, Speedway 9020, thanks.
Channel 2117, winds 160 degrees at 3 knots, runway 21 clear to land.
Kulan T1, Channel 2117.
Model matching, very good question. It's basically you can tell VPilot. Look at that chaos. You can tell VPilot
This is Finnair 633, ready to push and start.
to match certain aircraft and call signs on VPilot to liveries that you have installed.
Northeast.
I've done a video on it. I've wrote one of the files in relation to that, and Mr. Mercury has written a second file as well, and that side of it uses the IVAO things. 777 isn't out. Again, this is all model matching. So IVAO, you can download the altitude client, and you can then install. You can force their IVAO models into VATSIM, basically. But none of these models are out that are flyable. It's just all AI models using IVAO. Keep your eye open for FSLTL as well. They're going to be releasing something soon. And I've wrote the programming custom VMR file for the model matching for them. So their products, which will pretty much be all of this in one massive package, will work with VATSIM from day one. And FSLTL are also going to have a it's also going to work offline with live traffic and multiplayer. So it's going to be a one solution for everything style package. It's Finnair 633, Graham, the guy that flew out with us ahead of the Thomas Cook call sign. He's off to Helsinki now, a 1 hour journey. And we're going to start seeing one aircraft in after the next. Ooh, that pole gets in the way, doesn't it, guys? "11 hours. Oh.
Rovaniemi Tower, good evening. Easy X-ray Mike 4 Sierra with you.
Easy X-ray Mike 4 Sierra. Hello, winds 160 degrees at 3 knots, runway 21 clear to land.
Clear to land, runway 21, easy X-ray Mike 40.
Channel 2117, welcome to Rovaniemi, taxi to stand 1 via 0.
1 via Sierra, Channel 2117.
Finnair 633 ready for taxi. Finnair 633 taxi to holding point Echo via Tang, hold short runway 21. Taxi into holding point Echo, Finnair 633.
Runway over, Malay 178 on the LS21, good evening.
Last session calling, say again.
Malay 178, good evening.
Malay 1748, Rovaniemi Tower, hello, continue approach number 2.
Number 2, continue Malay 178.
Mike Alpha Hotel 1748, wind is 160 degrees at 3 knots, runway 21, clear to land.
Runway 21, please, wind speed Malay 178.
Easy, X-ray Mike 4, Sierra, welcome to Rovaniemi, taxi stand of choice.
Yeah, stand of choice, Easy 4 Sierra.
Finnair 633 behind, arriving Boeing 738, line up and wait, runway 21 behind.
Connect 63 behind the landing, Boeing 737, line up and wait.
Targeting Tomjet 5 Extra Sierra with you 8 miles.
Tomjet 5 X-ray Sierra Rovaniemi Tower, hello, continue approach.
Continue approach Tomjet 5 Extra Sierra. Vakante January 21 Maleva Safarid.
Maleva 1748, welcome to Rovaniemi, taxi to stand 2 via Sierra.
Stand number 2 via Sierra Maleva Safarid.
Finnair 633, winds 160 degrees, 3 knots, runway 21 clear for takeoff. On airborne, contact Rovaniemi radar on 129.9.
129.9 hours departure and clear to takeoff, Finnair 633.
Tomjet 5 X-ray Sierra, winds 160 degrees at 3 knots, runway 22, correction, runway 21 clear to land.
Request line runway 21 Tomjet 5 Extra Sierra.
Very good afternoon, Easy 1876 with your start line is fully ready for push and start.
Easy 1876, Rovaniemi Tower, hello, push and start route facing northeast.
Push and start route facing northeast, Easy 1876.
Rovaniemi Tower, good evening, Tomjet 8308, 11.5 miles, runway 21, 180 knots, 60 ME.
Tomjet 8308, Rovaniemi Tower, hello, continue approach number 3.
Continue, Tomjet 8308.
Tomjet 5 X-ray Sierra, welcome to Rovaniemi, taxi to stand 4 via Tango and Sierra.
Tango Sierra, stand number 4 at Tomjet 5 X-ray Sierra.
Tower, speedbird 169.3 established on the localizer.
Speedbird 169.3, Rovaniemi Tower, hello, continue approach number 3.
Continue approach number 3, speedbird 169.3.
Tomjet 8308, winds 160 degrees at 3 knots, runway 21, clear to land.
Runway 21, clear to land, Tomjet 8303.
Easy 1876, stand by for traffic.
Sorry, say again, for Easy 1876.
Easy 1876, stand by for traffic.
Rovaniemi Tower, very good afternoon, Tomjet 7 for Bravo, local is established against 2 winds.
Tomjet 7 Echo Bravo, Rovaniemi Tower, hello, continue approach number 3.
Continue approach number 3, Tomjet 7 Echo Bravo.
Tomjet 8348 is vacated.
Thank you. Speedbird 1693, winds 160 degrees at 3 knots, runway 21, clear to land.
Clear to land, speedbird 169.3, thank you.
Tomjet A308, taxi to stand 4 via Sierra.
Stand 4 via Sierra, Tomjet 8308.
Easy 1876, taxi to holding point Echo via Tango, hold short runway 21.
followed by Echo by Tango, easy 187.
Leipzig Air 280, request start and pushback.
Last station calling second.
Leipzig Air 280 at stand number 7, request start and pushback.
Stand by. Tomsit 7 Echo Bravo, winds 160 degrees at 3 knots, runway 21 clear to land.
Catcher runway 167, Tomsit 7 Echo Bravo.
Air Canton 280, push and start is approved, facing northeast.
Start and push approved, facing northeast, Leipzig Air 280.
Good day Tower, Lufthansa 905 with you, request clearance to land, runway 21.
Lufthansa 985, Rovaniemi Tower, hello, continue approach number 2.
Continue approach number 2, Lufthansa 905.
Rovaniemi Tower, Greener 621, ready for push and start.
Say stand number please.
Stand by. Greener 621 at ramp 7.
Green 621, stand by for traffic.
Roger that.
Tomsit 7 Echo Bravo, one more join, vacated via hotel.
Lufthansa 985, winds 160 degrees, 3 knots, runway 21 clear to land.
Clear to land, Lufthansa 905.
Tower lot 3 Echo 5, that's 21.
Lot 3 Echo Golf, continue approach number 2.
Number 2, thank you. Rovaniemi Tower, good evening. Sensor 15 Vector, stand 5, ready for push.
Santa 15 Victor, push and start approved, facing northeast. Correction,
Push and start
facing
approved,
southwest.
Northeast. Do you want us to stay in the ramp or onto Tango?
Christmas 15 Victor, correction, push and start approved, facing southwest.
Okay, southwest in the ramp. So 15 Vector.
Tomsit 7 Echo Bravo, pull forward, stand 13 actually.
Roger, stand 13, Tomsit 7 Echo Bravo.
Lot 3 Echo Golf, winds 160 degrees at 3 knots, runway 21, clear to land.
To land 21, Lot 3 Echo Golf.
Tower low, Tomjet 6 Tango Echo, speed 160 till 4 on the ILS 421.
Tomjet 6 Tango Echo, Rovaniemi Tower, hello, in correction, continue approach number 2.
Continue 6 Tango Echo.
Rovaniemi Airport 535, ILS 21, speed 160.
Finnair 535, Rovaniemi Tower, hello, continue approach number 3.
Continue.
Tower, hello, this is Tomjet 3619, ready for pushback.
Tomjet 3169, stand by. Lufthansa 985, taxi to stand 14.
Stand 14, Lufthansa 985.
Echo Golf vacating at Godswell.
Tomjet 6 Tango Echo, winds 160 degrees at 3 knots, runway 21, clear to land.
Clear to land 21, Tomjet 6 Tango Echo.
Lot 3 Echo Golf, welcome to Rovaniemi, taxi to stand 5 via Sierra.
5 via Sierra, Lot 3 Echo Golf.
Finnair 535, winds 160 degrees at 3 knots, expected landing clearance.
Finnair 535.
Cool. So, definitely recommend having a little look on some of these events as you get used to the VATSIM network. The EasyJet flight there, he's going to be waiting a long time for departure. He might struggle to get up within an hour. They will be contacting the approach controller.
Easy 1876 behind the arriving Finnair.
They'll be contacting the approach controller and working together to try and organise a separate gap. We're going to watch the last couple of aircraft here come in, and then I'm going to end the stream there for today. If you want to log on to Microsoft Flight Simulator and have a little look.
3619 push and start.
And watch the event yourself, then you can log into VATSIM vPilot, so you can connect to the network, but you make sure you click that log in as observer tick box when you log in on VPilot, and you'll be invisible to everybody basically. So don't transmit, you can just watch, which is what we're doing now.
Tango. Echo via Tango.
What's that, default Airbus? Yeah.
Thank you.
EasyJet's getting squeezed in.
Tomjet 6 Tango Echo, welcome to Rovaniemi, taxi to stand 9er.
We'll wait for the EasyJet to go, and we'll end the stream at that point, I think.
Santa 10 on ST1.
Like to get to 80, request taxi.
Wow, it is chaos on the ground.
Santa 10, Rovaniemi, Tower, hello, continue approach number 2.
Continue approach, Santa 10.
Philip 315, I get it on power.
Thank you.
It's getting close.
EC 1876, winds 160 degrees and 3 knots, runway 21 clear for takeoff on airborne, contact correction, contact Rovaniemi radar on 129.9.
Runway 21, take off 129.9, departure EC 1876, thanks, bye-bye. Rovaniemi Tower, good evening, Scandinavian 16, 9 request pushback.
Scandinavian 16, stand by. Air Canton 280, taxi to holding point, Echo via Tango.
To holding point, Echo via Tango, left to get to 80.
Finnair 535, taxi to stand 6.
Stand 6, Finnair 535.
Rovaniemi Tower, load 82 Whiskey Alpha, ILS 21.
Lot 82 Whiskey Alpha, Rovaniemi Tower, hello, continue approach number 2.
Continue approach number 2, load 82 Whiskey Alpha.
Christmas, correction, Santa 10, winds 160 degrees, 3 knots, runway 21 clear to land.
Runway 21 clear to land, Santa 10.
Tony Flight Train, hello. How do we get into VPilot? You need to download and you need to sign into you need to sign into VATSIM and have an account with them. Download the VPilot software, and then when you log into it, it'll ask for your call sign and aircraft type, and at that point, at the bottom of that bit, it will say connect as observer,
3619 requesting taxi.
and that's what you want to click on, so that you can basically spawn as we are, as that Finnair there, that's us, but we're completely invisible to everybody else. So as long as we don't transmit, then they don't know we're here basically. Well, I hope you enjoyed the flight over from Manchester. Thanks to Mako Simulations for the incredible work he's done on the scenery for that. If you wanted to get hold of a copy while it's in early access at the discounted price of £8, then you can find the link for it in the description for this stream. Thank you everybody for tuning in. Thanks to the new subscribers that have joined us as frequent flyers. Tony Flight Train, thank you. I appreciate the kind words. I'm glad you've enjoyed it. Keep an eye out for those VATSIM tutorials mini-series that I've started and will be completed by the end of the week, I hope. Hopefully you will find them useful if you're new to the network. Echo, thank you. I'll be looking to do a live stream tomorrow at some point. I might do the return journey or something around this region of the world. Maybe a flight to Helsinki from Rovaniemi or something like that. So make sure you tune in tomorrow roughly around the same sort of time.
Lot 82 Whiskey Alpha, runway 21 clear to land, no readback required.
Hopefully you all have a very good Christmas if it don't catch you by then in a live stream of or comments or anything like that. And if you're actually joining this event today, then let me know how you get on later on in the comments, and let me know how long you were holding for. But I hope you've enjoyed it. Glad to see in the comments that quite a few of you have. If you're new to the channel, make sure you click subscribe, and that like button as well could do with a little click from each of you as well. See you all soon for another live stream. Have a good evening.
Rovaniemi Tower, good evening, Sensor 1.
Sensor 1, Rovaniemi Tower, hello, continue approach number 3.
Continue approach number 3, Sensor 1.
82 Whiskey Alpha for K21.
Lot 82 Whiskey Alpha, Roger. Condor 8500, winds 160 degrees at 3 knots, runway 21 clear to land.
Winds 1 clear to land, Condor 8500.